Hey,
You guys are pretty safe where you're at
Don't
right now.
encourage him.
I might be like, if we go beyond like 4.5, then that might be a problem. 4.5 hours. So like whatever that turns into. I don't know how long you were thinking.
No, I mean, let's put it this way. Planning for 4 hours, it's like, a normal four
Or it's
hour,
fine.
but
Or
it's a question of, does it go for, am I making sure that I'm done exactly at 4 hours, or,
like,
if we're in the middle of something, can we go a little longer or such?
I'm good for like 4.5.
All right, excellent. Um, and of course, I started talking to you guys, and I completely forgot the other part of what I'm doing, because this is a professional program, can't you tell? Uh, oh my goodness. Some things, the more they change, the more they stay the same.
Right? Yeah, I'm kind of enjoying a little bit of a hiatus from sitting in the streamer's chair, and I can't tell you I'm really upset about it. Just takes a whole bunch of crud out of playing D&D or CNC in this case.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, being one person show is it's an interesting experience.
yeah,
Especially when you're not artistically inclined.
that would be me.
So
Or technologically inclined in my case.
I can do the technological stuff. It's just I struggle with everything else. So it's like I fiddle around with mapping programs, and I'm never happy with them, and I'm never happy with my progress, which is always an interesting thing. Um, so let's see, where are we? All right. Well, first of all, for those of you watching, welcome to the TTRPG Theater. I am your host, Rob, otherwise known as Phantom NJ. And without further ado, we're just going to cut over to our screen so you can see our group of players. Aha. And yeah, this game came together really quick, so I'm like still in the process of prepping as we're going, because I had to figure out how many players I had, who was going to be here, and what I could throw at you guys that wasn't just going to just wipe you off the face of the map. I'm not saying I made it, but we'll see where we get to. This is a continuing sessions in the Embers of Empire campaign that takes place in the world of Greyhawk. The Embers of Empire campaign focuses on a adventuring guild. It's a Carlos Lacing production, known as the Company of the Sundered Shield. It is Sundered Shield.
Yeah.
I always have to remember Sundered, Sundering, Sunder, something. But yeah, Company of the Sundered Shield. They are something of a historical company, as far as their name. However, they had kind of disbanded for a bit and were brought back out by a young entrepreneurial half elf by the name of Vidolus Ganthier. He was one of the last members of the original company, and he decided to bring the company forward again, at a time when Ambivalent Orange, thank you so much for the subscription. Really appreciated. We are just getting started. You have not missed a thing. Welcome. The company has come at a time when the Kingdom of Nairon, where this campaign is mostly taking place, uh, is under some financial duress. They've suffered since the Greyhawk Wars some 40 years ago. This takes place in Common Year 624. They have undergone a number of events, including the death of a king, a coup by one of the princes, and generally the repercussions of the Greyhawk Wars, which threatened to bankrupt the kingdom. The kingdom is just getting on its feet. However, due to the financial constraints and the period of austerity that they've been going through for quite some time now, there just has not been enough money in the coffers to pay for the kind of patrols and as far as like armies and legions to help patrol the countryside and keep out the evil that exists both within and on their borders, because they do border the broken remnants of the great kingdom of the Erde. Now the main direct portion of the kingdom of Alyssa. So, with adventuring companies now back in vogue, the company of the Thunder Shield has been growing quickly, and we have three members. Actually, no, we have two members. Sorry. Unfortunately, a third member of the group was not able to join us with us today, and they are among the first to answer the call, and they've been through some stuff already. They've had to tackle a witch who was menacing a town. They've most recently ended up helping retrieve a thought to be lost dwarven artifact, an anvil, a sacred anvil, which they will eventually be getting some stuff from. I'm holding off because with only and even with only three of the people here, it did not seem fair. I'd rather you all get something when you're together. Plus, the two people who are here are the people who are least impacted by the anvil. So, what the heck?
Plus, we're pretty sure the dwarven priestess has her eyes on our cleric.
There's a possibility. They helped revive the Cinderforge clan, which has also made some further inroads. So let's go as far as introducing characters. We're going to start with the two from the group known as the Righteous Hands. And why don't we start with Lagamundo?
All right, I am Lagamundo. I am an Iridian multi-classed rogue monk. I am a bad boy from the mean streets of Realmod, and I found this book in ancient Iridian. And since I'm wicked smart and learned to read Old Iridian, I could tell, and it's the exercises of Arnd, and he tells you how to make yourself pure of body and mind. And my fist is used like a knife. But in my last adventure, I found something much better than a knife, and that's a big magic halberd. So I am usually the guy who contracts with new guys when we run into them and make them sign the contract to make sure we get paid. So that's me.
I love that he's the group negotiator. It's great.
I'll let other people do it, but if not, I always pull out. Oh, and just one last thing. This is a contract here. You see.
All right, and as far as the other member of the Righteous Hands that's with us today, we have Sal Ogle.
Thanks, Rob, and thanks again for running this game. It's great. I'm playing Sal. Sal is an elf wizard. His story is he grew up orphaned on the streets of Harby. So he came there with his mother. His mother brought him there, exile, and was wounded on their travel there, and basically died and left him. And when he was in kind of his adolescence, he was able to find a wizard's guild that basically took him in. And since that period of time, he's gone out now on his own because he doesn't have any family to be able to take up the call of the members of the Righteous Hand. And that's kind of how he found the group.
Awesome. Next up, we have one of our returning players, but however, the character is from a different group and one of the newest groups in the company of the Thunder Shield. Member of the Flashbangs, we have Gellig.
I can't hear you, Curtis.
Yeah, okay. I'm glad you said something because I was worried it was me.
Can you hear me?
There we
Yes.
go.
There we go. I'm Curtis. I'll be playing Gellig today. Your gnome illusionist of ill repute. We are in the group of called the Flashbangs that were also adventuring in, I guess, Southern Ireland, and we just got through with an adventure just recently, and after gaining some high quality wine, I could definitely see Gellig having a couple bottles and wandering away from the group. So depending on how this all goes down, it'll be a nice one shot to hang out with this crew today. Look forward to it. Been in a couple of Rob's games now, one at GaryCon and now a few on stream. So looking really forward to this morning, at least in California, this morning's game.
Yeah, we found a game that is not too early, not too late for you. Love it, love it.
The Goldilocks zone. But I'm still drinking my coffee.
Hey, I'm still drinking my coffee. I've got something a little stronger for when we do take our break. And we have a new player to the campaign in terms of the stream, but has did play in a session with me and GaryCon. However, has a new character for today to join the adventuring company. Thorn.
Hey, welcome to the stream. Welcome to me. Welcome to you. Wine the Hobbit here, known on Earth as Scott. I'll be playing Thorn, a youthful human ranger of the Adri Forest who's come southward to heed the call and look into this company, the Sundered Shield. So he's a third level ranger, human, just anxious to get out, see the world, and live and learn, and hopefully continue living.
All right, excellent. And so, we're actually going to begin in the city of Ragby at the company of the Sundered Shield. Thorn, not Thorn, Adalis actually comes looking for the two members that are known to be in residence at the time, Lagamundo and Sal, and finds you. And he has a person in tow with him. He's like, gentlemen, I have a job for you. As a matter of fact, you'll be going to meet with an old, well, not old acquaintance. Well, I guess you could call him old. I don't know. Time's weird when you live longer, but someone you're familiar with, and well, I see that some of your company are not here, so I brought help. And he motions to Thorn, and he says, "This fine young man here. I've seen him do some work on the borders of the Adri, and I think he would do well for you in what is to come. At least I hope. He seems impressive and eager, I should say."
Thank you.
Welcome, Thorn. Do you lift?
I do not.
I need somebody to spot me here in a little bit.
No. My fitness comes from my wide travels and my oneness with nature. But thank you, my lord, Idalis. Very excited to join the company and assist where I may, hunting, tracking, things of that nature, concealment in the wilds.
Adalis is like, please, no, none of this, my lord. It's just Adalis. No need to be so formal.
Thorn is probably 5'9", pretty slender and fit. He's cloaked in earth tones, greens, browns, stone type color. Trousers, tunic, cloak, hooded, belted. He's got a large bastard sword on his right hip. Looks like maybe a dagger and a sling on his left, and a tightly packed pack on his back. Long dark hair. Needs a shave.
And for those of you wondering, Adalis is young. Actually, he's not half elf. He's actually an elf. I somehow missed that. He's very young for an elf, though. He's only about 190 summers old. So he looks like he's about 19. I mean, Thorn looks young. Adalis doesn't look much older. As a matter of fact, because of his elven features, he somehow manages to look younger. He's only about 5.5 feet tall, moderate build, amber eyes, and long blonde hair that frames his face in a pair of braids. And you can tell that he does like those earthen tones, dressed in a variety of greens and browns. You've never seen him actually geared for, as far as geared for battle. So, what his weapons and armor of choice are is still a bit of a mystery. He does look and he says, three. Well, I don't know if that's going to get this done based on where this you may be going. And you hear a voice call out, a female voice call out, well, I think we can solve that. And in walks those of you who've been introduced to her before, Tyrella Shanthos, the Idalis' second in command. She is a human cleric of Tritherion, or Tritherion, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Tyrella's about 28. She's very tall, especially compared to Idalis. She's a full 6 foot tall. Has a wiry build to her. Notable curly, flaming red hair, which she shaves close to the scalp around the sides and grows short on the top. Very pale with freckles, and you note that she, on the other hand, is dressed for. She is currently dressed for adventure. She's got her chainmail armor on, has a small wooden shield that looks like it's been through some stuff. It's obviously been broken at times, but been repaired. And with her, she carries a short spear. And you note that there are falcon feathers that hanging from a leather thong just beneath the head of the spear. She's extremely energetic and has an easy smile on her face. And she says, "Oh, and I've also brought more help along with me." And she points to Gellig.
Well, excellent.
Yes, I was in my own thought. Would you like to look into these emerald gem gnomish eyes of mine? What could you possibly want from me?
Well, I figured since you did such great work in the with your last job, and you seem to be hanging around looking for more work, I figured you might be wanting to assist these gentlemen here on their journey.
Sure, if a few coins in my pocket and a nice bottle of your best, I am Gellig. I am the prestidigitator. I'm the one who will create the illusion of whatever you may find desirable. Or, yeah, if you need a gnome to cast a few spells for you, I'm there with you. Nice to meet you all.
Well met, Gilly.
Good to meet you, Gellig.
So, we are Idalis is like, great, excellent. And he looks at Tyrella as if confirming that she's going on this adventure, and she's like, yeah. She's like, I managed to get a little bit of taste of it, and I know soon enough there will be no need of it, and I can concentrate on administrative duties, but I'd like to go out and do some of the work while I still can. I got it, the last group running with Gellig and his friends made an impact. And he's like, okay. So we are going to be sending you west to meet with an acquaintance, as I was saying, Lagamundo and Sal. I believe you are familiar with Sir Reginald Danforth?
Yes, indeed. A knight of the eventide.
Yes, he's actually requested that you meet him at his manor on something of urgent business. The tone of the message sounded a bit grim, but he did not elaborate.
That would be very unlike him if he did elaborate. All right, I'm ready to go.
I just
So
need to dash up to my room and grab my armor, and I'll be ready to depart whenever you all are.
yeah, so he pulls back his hood. He's again, kind of a raggedy hood, cloak, etc. Doesn't really say much. You kind of just get a glimpse of his ears as they kind of peek out underneath his hood, and then he asks, "Is this anything to do with what we were dealing with before?"
You'll have to be a bit more specific. You've been on a few missions. If you're referring to the dwarves, no.
Okay,
There was the witch in the Gnatmarsh.
exactly.
That
I-
that is unclear. As far as I am aware, she is still in. She is still in prison up in the capital. I have not heard anything to the contrary, and I am not aware of any new information regarding the witches. So far, as far as we can tell, she's the only one. But Sir Reginald may have more information on that.
Good place for her.
Sal kind of thinks back and just thinking about what spells he needs to prepare on the kind of the trek there based upon what they've been through, knowing that they honestly we almost lost the entire crew on that last mission to the witch. So he's not so happy about maybe going back and having to visit her.
I don't know much about these things, but isn't usually where there's one, there's more? Don't they kind of hang out in groups, covens?
Yes,
Gellig's
indeed.
like Gellig's like witches and almost lost the crew.
Another bottle of your finest?
Yes, please.
Kind of fist bumps Gellig.
I mean, not that Gellig, for reasons, is lacking in wine and best bottles. They did manage to save a winery in their last adventure. Yeah, you're going to go be meeting, traveling to visit Sir Reginald. A couple of things for those of you who are in the audience. We do have, while we are not using crit tables, we do have crits in this game. And for critical hits and critical hits will be full damage plus another set of die rolls. So, any dice that you would roll for damage, you would roll as normal and add it to your otherwise max damage. Obviously, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, so your enemies will get the same chance. Critical fumbles, there is the chance that it'll be simple. Either you'll lose an attack, depending on what you're doing, you'll either lose an attack or, if you're in melee with other people, there's a chance and you're attacking the same thing as your teammates, there's a chance that you might hit one of your teammates. We're going to keep it simple on that front. To that end, we do have hero points, regular hero points, and special hero points. Regular hero points, you can either buy them with 100 bits or with 10,000 channel points. They can be used before before you roll your dice, and you can add them, as many of them as you have. Special hero points can be used to modify the die roll after the fact. So if you are close to a crit, a natural 20, you can change that die roll if you have enough special hero points to a natural 20 and get that crit. At the same time, you can also use it to either remove a fumble or basically if I get a natural 20 to remove my crit. So those are 500 bits. I also am very kind to my players and allow you to exchange 5 regulars for a special, because it's a fun mechanic, and since we're not using we're not using full on crit tables, I figure it's not as bad. So there's that. So if you're looking to support the players or the castle keeper, I'm not above asking. Please feel free to do so. All right. The my casters, you have your spells that you want ready.
Good
Yeah,
to
ready
go.
to go.
Excellent, excellent.
Thorn would just take a quick leave to go don his armor, come back down in very worn but excellent looking, well made studded leather. You'll see upon closer inspection, he wears a gold necklace that has a pendant with a unicorn horn. And there's also a unicorn horn embossed kind of on the upper right shoulder, in the leather itself.
Okay. It is a few days journey to Sir Danforth's manor. I'm not. We're not going to go, full on because you're taking main roads and such. If there's any questions that you wanted to ask, either Thorn or Lagamundo and Sal, if you have any questions you wanted to ask, I know Thorn actually has a bit of information to share in terms of who his character is and what he's been doing and where he's from. That, but I leave that up to you if you just want to
Sure.
have it come out in the middle of play. I'm okay with that too.
Yeah. So to the west we go, eh?
To the
To the west.
To the west. Go west, young man.
Uh,
So are we traveling along the coast, or are we heading inland towards like the Mistmarsh area?
You are heading in. You're not overly. You figure you're maybe a day and a half from the coast, so you're still relatively speaking hugging the coast. I mean, Nyrond is huge, so anything where it's less than 3 days from the coast, you're kind of close. But I mean, you are headed in the general direction of the Gnatmarsh.
Okay.
The arrival at Sir Reginald's Manor House is, I mean, it goes peacefully. Like I said, you've traveling main roads. The between the Knights of the Eventide and the work that you've been doing in this area, it helped calm things down. The main roads have been a lot more peaceful than they've been in quite some time. So there's been a tangible sense of progress there. The weather has been temperate. I mean, a couple of rain showers, but no major storms. Just more of a mild annoyance than anything else. But otherwise, pretty easy trip to make. You're greeted by one of Sir Reginald's squires, who looks thoroughly intimidated, looking up at the five of you, Tyrella being amongst your group. Says, Sir Reginald is awaiting you in the hall. He's there's food and beverages for you all. Please come this way.
All right. Stable our horses and go on in. Shake the rain off of our cloaks and go find a nice warm fire.
He motions for one of the other staff, and you see a couple of kids. They can't be any older than 12. Come and take the horses and bring them to the stables. One of them already has a brush in hand, and you see they have a very easy way with the horses. They're clearly well used to dealing with them. And you feel good about the fact that the horses are in good hands as you make your way inward. The squire says, "Would you like me to take your cloaks and hang them for you so that they may dry? I see you've encountered some rain."
Wonderful.
I'll hang on to mine. It's a magical nature. which means it dries quickly.
I'll shoulder off my pack. How many stable boys did you say there were?
There were two that came to get the horses.
Okay, so I'll give the squire 3 silver pieces as a gratuity. Thank you,
Ah,
and 2 each for the stable boys.
thank you, sir, thank you. That's very, very, very kind of you. Uh,
Well,
we
appreciate you taking care of our animals and the warm welcome.
and they all look very excited, and you can tell they're extremely motivated now. And you hear lots of promises of the best care that the horses will have ever received, and so on and so forth. And let's put it, well convinced that they're going to at least attempt to make sure that that happens. The squire leads you through the hall and leads you to a large dining hall. There is a table that could easily hold 12 that dominates the room. There are some. You note that there's some chairs along the wall, kind of signifying that this place may also serve as a meeting room for may possibly dignitaries and such. Though, to the best of your knowledge, Sir Reginald is somewhat semi-retired. You see a lone figure standing with his back to you, wearing fine clothing. His the kind of bit of wrinkled skin on the back of his neck over below his balding skull gives it away for the two of you, Lagamundo and Sal, who have met him before. Sir Reginald looks to be gazing into the fire, kind of quietly, and the squire waits for a moment and then clears his throat, and you hear the gruff voice say, "That'll be all, Timothy. Thank you." Hold on a second. I need to. I love when people have perfect timing with phone calls.
Of course. Of course.
And I need to silence that. There we go. Again, professional program we have going on here. Please, my friends, have a seat, and we have drink. We have some food. I'm glad you were able to hear. And he turns around and he says, "Ah, Tyrella, I did not expect to see you." And she, with the bounding enthusiasm, said, they needed a hand, and I've had a bit of the adventuring bug lately, and well, yeah, things are going to get busy soon enough, so I figured, why not? Especially since I could come see an old friend. She walks over, gives him an embrace and a small kiss on the cheek before she finds a seat next to the rest of you. You note that Sir Reginald is blushing just a little bit, trying to hide it and trying to maintain his dignity. Thank you, my friends, for coming. I see we have a couple of new members. I guess I should be used to this. This being the way adventuring parties have always worked, but still, I am glad to see some familiar faces as well as some new faces.
Yes, very, very good to see you again, Sir Reginald. You look like you're keeping in fine health.
It's the kids. I have to admit it. My granddaughter was right. It was time to let the younger group take over, and I could relax and just focus on giving them the training that they need. They help to keep me young. But I suppose we should get down to business, should we not?
That would be good.
I'll step close and offer the appropriate handshake and sort of bow. My lord, Hawthorne Elmhern, Ranger of the Edgery Forest, at your service. Thank you for the warm welcome.
A pleasure, young man, a pleasure. Sir Reginald Danforth.
Well met, my lord. He'll step back to his place at the table.
With that, he pours himself. You see that he pours himself a healthy-sized goblet of wine. And there is again another pensive look on his face, and he says, I, I hate to put it this way, but we may or may not have a problem, and I cannot tell right off, how serious it may be. But I guess I should start at the beginning. How familiar are you with the Circle of Eight?
I look kind of flustered and I'll be like, is that a thieves guild or I can't say I've heard of these rascallions.
He chuckles
Circle
and
of
he says,
eight?
"Yes."
The
He-
circle of eight?
yes,
Did you say circle of hate? What?
eight.
Oh, no, I've never heard of these guys.
Thorn will just sit there, just looking clueless, listening intently.
Sal peers his cloak just so he gets a little bit kind of his ear perks up when he hears this, but he doesn't he's not really addressed them. He's basically just looked at Sir Reginald, and he knows that he's eyed him and he knows where he is, but he doesn't really say much more than just leaning in as he kind of is as starting to talk.
Well, for those of you who are not familiar, they are a very very powerful group of wizards. Mostly, well, their main gathering would be in the city of Greyhawk to the west. Though they actually are a bit spread out in places they call home. One of their member, one as Starcoat. Well, he's been a friend to the Kingdom of Nyrond in the past, and I am sad to say his health is very poor. Unfortunately, even wizards at the age of 93 tend to start to succumb to the ravages of time. There are those who try to extend it, but those magics are dangerous, as I understand, and some would rather not tempt that fate. I say this because one of the things that he is known for is helping with an issue some 40 years past in the Gnatmarsh. I know Lagamundo and Sal that the two of you have ventured into the Gnatmarsh prior, but what was it? It was I was just a young pup at the time. I believe it was 570 or so. There was a coven in the Gnatmarsh. They called themselves a coven. They were more of a cult, really, led by a sorceress by the name of Weird. And well, Juanez was a key figure in stopping the sorceress, basically ending her existence, as well as destroying the tower that she had made her base of power, and the coven was using, from which they had planned to wreak further havoc in the kingdom. As a matter of fact, I believe that was the adventure that gathered him the name where he got his famous robe and the name Starcoat. I say this because some time ago we had reports of a small expedition into the Gnatmarsh, and they were believed to be uncovering what they thought to be a lost temple to Washtri. Now, as those of you who are familiar with Washtri know, that has its own dangers. But we've not heard anything from the expedition in some time. We were just getting set to send some additional help so that they may continue the salvage and the uncovering. But without further information, we know not whether they are still there. And the timing of this and the timing of Warner's rapidly declining health, for reasons I can't even explain, just make me nervous. So this may be nothing more than the worryings of an old man, and if that's what it comes to be, my apologies. I mean, you obviously will be well paid. I will see that done, but I would look for some peace of mind if you could provide it.
So you want us to explore this tower where this weird sorceress resided once to see if something is happening there? Is that what
I
I heard?
to be honest with you, I don't know if that's what they found. The initial belief was they had found a lost temple of Washtree because of the presence of it being in a swamp. I don't know that the people who discovered it were even aware of
Oh,
the.
okay. So we're going to this Wastri temple that they discovered.
That's what they believe they discovered. Where reports are kind of sketchy. They seemed very excited about it, but then word suddenly broke off, and we have not heard anything in some 10 days past now.
This expedition, was it made of adventurers or more common folk, research religious?
Some scholarly types. There were some. They did bring some men at arms with them. I do not know if they qualified as adventurers. They were definitely hired swords, sell swords. So one person sell sword is another person's adventurer, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on how you look at it, I do not cast aspersion either way. It's you do what you need to do to make a living. And if you can find adventure in it, all the better. But I there is something about the timing of it all. Warner's health started declining rapidly, and this is right about the time the word went dark. I have had a chance. I just recently returned from the Duchy of Ulick, and to check in on my old friend, and I do not know how much longer he will last. They seem to be a bit puzzled as to why his health is suddenly faded so rapidly.
So we must make haste in case there's a connection.
Well, I've heard of this Wastri fella in old readings. He calls himself the Hammer of the False Humans, and he's not a fan of non-humans. But don't worry, friend Gellig and Saul, we will protect you against any of his
Right.
minions that may be out there. We stand with you.
Indeed.
I, Gellig the Glamorer, enjoy such adventuring if there's a little something in for me. However, Sir Knight of Renown, we and the party would love to find these things out. And I, for one, at least before I rejoin my normal crew, would love to take this on and figure out what the mystery is.
Excellent, excellent. That makes me happy to hear. I am glad of it. I am glad of your assistance. If there are any provisions that you need for the journey, just please let me know. I can make sure. I know the guild keeps you well outfitted, but if there was anything in particular, because I know that the note I sent to Idalis was kind of vague. I did not want to worry people unnecessarily.
Do we have a map to the area that we're going to? Or is someone leading us? Or is there a town where we can find a guide to take us? Or does Thorn know the area?
I'm not familiar with the area. I'm excited to see this Gnatmarsh and learn about it, but I've never been this far west until now. But
I
if I have a
have
destination, I can get us there. I'm confident of that. I can track and follow a map easily enough.
I do have the location, and he pulls out a map of the area and says, and he brings Thorn over and shows him on the map the from where the roads are to the trails leading into the Gnatmarsh. My understanding is you that particular path in, and generally head northwest from there. It should get you to where you want to go. Unfortunately, the Gnatmarsh tends to prove difficult to map. So we hopefully you will be able to pick up on trails at that point.
Is
Oh,
Pellis nearby? The fishing village on the Dundhide?
Pellis. Yes, actually. Now that you mention it, it is not far from there. It is maybe half a day's journey south from the trail. And he goes down the map. He says, "Ah, yes, there it is."
Yeah, we ventured there before. Small fishing village. They had some problems with their people being taken. Maybe we could head there and spend the night before we go
makes sense.
into the swamp. Gross.
I'm curious, how much of a head start does this expedition have on us? It sounds like we're either searching or rescuing.
Uh, it has been 10 days now since we've last had word from them.
Oh my. Well, any hope of a trail in
Now,
a marsh will be slim to none, but
now,
we'll do our best.
it is possible that some of the villages closer to the marsh may have had word, and for whatever reason, they just haven't sent word further out. But I cannot be sure of that.
Yes, certainly makes sense to start from a familiar place.
Sal looks up and when he hears unkindly thing towards non-humans, he puts his cloak again over his pointy ear, just in in concern with regards to this. And he once he starts hearing Warner Starcoat, he in his guild back in Harby, there was notions of him and being discussed in the past, and it makes him even more concerned if there's something that's going on that's leading to him to being unhealthy. It must be fairly powerful. And so he asks, um, and there's no further information about the connection between what's going on and the health of Warnus.
Truth be told, I have not had much luck convincing anyone of a connection, and the fact that we do not yet know what it is they truly have found, or the disposition of the expedition group, has made it hard to get anyone to listen. Warner's has not been in any shape to provide any further information on his end. So I did the one thing that I could and reached out for help.
And help is here. Um, so I suggest we make for Pellis. There's a fine inn there, run by the mayor of the village, and then we can go into the Gnatmarsh and find this location and hopefully find your expeditionary friends.
And
Maybe we can
perhaps
pick up the trail from there.
confirm a connection to the health of the wizard.
That sounds like a wonderful
Such a
plan.
thing.
Um,
What time of day is it? Is it time to go, or are we time to
uh,
rest first? Or
you can rest first. Yeah, you've been traveling. You've been traveling at a pretty good clip. So
okay. So at first light, or even earlier, we'll make our way. How far are we from the edge of the Natwood or from Pellis here?
you are a about a 2 day journey
To
from
Pellis. Okay.
Palace.
We'll have 13 days on us before we reach the fishing village. We'll probably have to rely more upon news and our wits than any trail that would be left in a marsh.
That is entirely possible. Um, Unfortunately, one thing I need to do is I'm going to need to take a quick break because entirely too much coffee just before we started. So we're gonna go do have a be right back, and once we do that, once we're back, we will arrive in Pellis.
Excellent.
Excellent.
So our first expedition sent us to Palace, where we found that a bunch of the people had been ensorcelled by a witch out in the Gnatmarsh, and we took her by surprise and beat the holy hell out of her. So, um, took her back in chains, I think. Um,
That was where the I think the pit that got created that
mhm.
dropped in and the I think there was some burning buildings. I can't remember, but there was some combination of all of that going on. So
Yeah, we had Leaf, a primal druid, with us, and he was whipping out these crazy spells that were creating pits and stuff. It was awesome.
it was
We had
good.
good control over the battlefield. So, Doc, Gellig, the world is on your shoulders.
We're gonna
Control
follow
the
up.
battlefield for us.
I'm gonna throw out that Rod of Thunder action.
Yeah, right on.
I gotta get that broken in. It's good. I'm on that.
Gellig, I saw you guys were fighting ogres last time.
Yeah, that was actually that could have gotten ugly real quick too. But we um we did fairly well with that, and then the second part was actually raiding the cave where basically a mercenary group was hired, and we got through. We got beat up pretty well, but we were holding our own, and they ultimately surrendered because it was we were just about to turn things in our favor, and then they dropped their weapons, and they knew we were going to smoke them.
Our last adventure we went into some caverns and three ankegs popped up and
Oh,
blasted us with acid. It was ugly. I thought we were about to die. I thought it was a TPK, but we persevered and we had a couple of NPCs with us, a knight or paladin, I think, and a cleric, and they helped face down one of them, but we had trouble. I mean, it was rough. Like I said, that AE chewed through us. So I'm
No, Dale,
hoping we don't face anything brutal this time.
that's a great thank you for mentioning that because in the next week or so we're going to start having our calls on Tower Gygax. I'm going to write an encounter on with Onkegs for
There you
the
go.
Tower Gygax players. That's a great idea
Good
because I
good
wrote
way to
one with
burn through their hit points.
I wrote one with a boulet,
Mm.
and they got beat up a little bit on that too. It's just to bounce them around in the game and see if they can survive it. There's ways to survive all those encounters. It just whether it's brute force or thinking your way out of it, there's ways to do it. They're just not TPK rooms. But Onkegs, thank you for reminding me. I'll draft something up for that.
As a whole bunch of Tower Gygax players scream, no!
Oh yeah, And the boulets can actually leap too, and it was brutal. There were some casualties in that one.
Yeah, land sharks were one of my favorite things to throw at people as a DM because they had high AC, and there was almost always a halfling thief that they were chasing because they
Well, it
always
was
want to
funny.
eat the halflings.
Exactly. And it was funny because when they go, because the Tower Gygax is extra dimensional, right? And it's a nexus of different things crossing over. It's that single point. And they come into this room and it looks like it's a cavern and there's outcroppings of rock with a lot of soft dirt underneath. And there's a little person on top of one of these big rocks yelling to the point it's almost squeaking. And they can't understand until they get into the room. And it's a halfling pointing at the dirt going, Gledge, Gledge. And then and then it's like, oh, it's on, right? Uh and Errol Otis chose that encounter. I wrote it and Errol Otis ran that encounter.
Cool.
Yeah, he messed some people up. Yeah, it was great. But thank you. On-kegs are good because I actually go through the early editions, like first Monster Manual 1, 2, and Fiend Folio, and look for some and look for characters that I can generate, ideas for encounters on. So that's another summer on top of all the other projects I have, Dale. Now I've got to refresh and write more encounters.
What spells do you have ready, Gallig? Or is
I
that a
have
surprise for us to find out later?
Only
I have the innate spell, so I have Dancing Lights, Ghost Sound, and Prestidigitation for being a gnome.
Mhm.
Uh, Level 1, Charm Person, Color Spray, Head Fog, and Minor Dark Chaos, and then Invisibility and Mirror Image, the
Oh,
second one.
nice. Yeah.
So these spells are, I'm telling you, man, these illusion spells are cool. I like them. And then the zero levels, Influence, Light, Message, and First Aid.
Sweet.
So
First aid's a good one, but
yeah.
it's especially good in your party where you have a dumb character. I don't mean the player, I meant
Oh, Brute.
Brute.
Brute's got like a 4 or 5 in intelligence.
Right.
Yeah,
And
it's
that's the if first aid, if you make your int save, it doesn't actually heal you because you know it's not real.
I had to look it up again because I was reading in the last game and I was just laughing. I was like, yeah, that's the interplay between her and me because I have a 16 intelligence. I'm just like,
Hmm.
oh, you're so dumb. Yeah, it's very funny. That crew is a funny one to play with.
Oh yeah, I enjoyed watching your streams.
God. Oh, but
They
you know
are.
what? Oh,
uh,
they're crazy. They're crazy.
Coco is pretty funny, but then who's the other one that you play with?
Little Bird.
She is.
she just dropped into chat.
She's pretty funny. So I
Oh,
will.
she's out of her mind. Yeah,
Yeah.
we love her. We played uh obviously in a couple games here. I ran a champions game about a month ago or so on Jay's channel that she was in. And so we met at GaryCon. So yeah, it's hilarious. It's hilarious. And they'll say things that literally make me just cover my face. That's why I put my glasses on. I'm like, you're not looking in my eyes anymore because
Funny.
oh, it's great.
They
She's on
definitely.
a 24-hour stream right now.
Oh, is she?
Doing 20, it's like she said if she got with some level of subscription or something, she would bump it up to 28.
That's
She's in the
crazy.
middle of a 28-hour one. So I fell asleep last night. I said goodnight to her from California at like midnight last night, and she was ordering Taco Bell with Grubhub or something. And today I jumped in about 9 o'clock when I did my coffee run. I'm like, hey, how you doing? and she was just getting a pizza, but the people in text chose the toppings, and it was just this random pineapple, anchovies, spicy sausage, onion. I mean, it was just this random amount of weird
Oh,
ass toppings on it.
that's
Yeah,
gonna hurt.
it's crazy.
That
She's
adds a little pressure
insane.
to the 28-hour stream.
Right?
She's a nurse and she works really wicked hours sometimes. So she's like doing 24 hours. And she says she's done like 30 or 40 of them. I'm like, I would
24
lose.
hour streams.
Wow,
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
little bird.
Jay's going to do one in July,
I
Dale.
couldn't do it.
That's what I heard him say, and I was like, man, at some level, you're too old to be doing. I mean, believe me, I'm too old to be doing that. And there's
I'm with you, Bob. Yeah.
straight is it will completely screw you up for at least a good 4 or 5 days.
I
So,
I could have done it back when I was in the military, but nowadays I would be like, okay, good night.
I'd be
yeah, I've done some
roadkill.
rough time
Yeah.
in my job too. But so Dale, since Brett and I are only an hour apart in Mountain Time, we told Jay, it's like if you need to capture some weird time like that, 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. your time, we'll stay up late and do something with you to help you kill it because it's obviously the 3 hour time difference, at least with me. So he's like, he may take me up on that. So we will do something to get him through the real bad overnight time that is just like hitting the wall. So that'll be funny.
Yeah. All right. Let's get back to the.
Right.
Whoop,
Yeah, we're overnighting at the manor, and then we're gonna head to Pellis.
Pellis. Yes.
Ellis,
Uh,
I actually took notes about that session. So I was like, wait, there's a village there.
oh my goodness. I should just give you like editing thing for the actual World Anvil thing, so that it would actually have something for the campaign on it. Because I've just been terrible with that.
Oh, I've just been making journals of my adventures. I haven't tried to track anybody else's.
Oh no, I mean just having the journals of your adventures in a place would be a step further than we've gotten so far. Oh, let me finish my coffee before I start moving on to that. But yes, I do have adult beverages to for once we get past this because it is a holiday weekend, and
Yay.
I thank everyone for those of you who are tuning in and spending part of your holiday weekend with us. We are really really appreciative, especially since this was kind of thrown together at the well, not quite very last minute, but relatively speaking, yeah. I should have anticipated a possible thing to Pella, so let me see if I can find a map for that. I know I have the map here somewhere.
All I remember is that the mayor and innkeeper at the Salty Fish and his wife Nadira, and there's a stable boy that we also overtipped.
Mm-hmm. I remember that too.
And I remember Lagamundo, every time somebody overtips, his eyes roll and he thinks, Rubes, they're taking advantage of you. Because he's from the mean streets where you didn't pay anybody any big amount of money or they just know you're rich and rob you.
Let's see.
There was a priest of Palor named Talus there as well.
I remember that.
Thorn is just happy to be out seeing the world.
I got to keep track of where the clerics in the world are. Because I never know when I'm going to need them.
I think this was Pellis. Gotta love when the map types don't exactly match up. But that's fine. As soon as I get everybody over here. All right, and let me check to see what that looks like on the overlay. Ah, lovely. All right. Who did I accidentally? That would be Sal that I accidentally deleted. Don't want to delete Sal. We like Sal.
We like Sal.
Yeah, Sal's great.
Keep them in there. Don't delete them.
Uh, all right. There we go. And we will switch to the map view.
All right, Mrs. Gellig didn't want to be seen on video, so
I
give me a bowl of grapes.
nice.
Don't let them fall on the ground.
Oh goodness.
Dale, I feel it for you.
Yeah. After that, I am no longer having grapes in my house ever, because my dog will happily eat. He'll definitely eat anything he's not supposed to eat.
Yeah, I was just pulling a bunch out of this bag that I took upstairs to snack on, and there were a whole bunch of loose ones, and they just rolled onto the floor, and my dog scarfed them up, and I didn't think anything of it, and then the dog started getting incredibly ill. And I missed
no.
Gen Con. Long story short, dog spent the whole time in the hospital and ate up about $3,000 of my money.
From
But
grapes.
she's fine now. That's the important thing.
Exactly.
You know what I took that to be a sign of, Dale?
What,
That you should be going to Gary Con.
dude? Yeah, I'm right there with you.
I know. Good call, Rob.
Yeah, well said.
Oh my
We'd love to
goodness.
have you, Dale.
Oh my! You would. It is something else being
tremendous
around
weekend.
with everyone.
Good.
All right. You do arrive in Pellis, and on the way there, you find out that during the overnight stay, Tyrella had done some investigation in terms of the history that Sir Reginald was kind of loath to go into, or maybe not loath, but just wasn't really prepared to go into. Let me see, and I should have kept this, but where is it? Where is it? Yep. Of course, like I said, professional thing that I'm running here, and I completely forget to save the one thing that actually tells the story. Right. Ah, there we go. So she says, I did manage to find some information in Sir Reginald's library. A little bit of history. I know that his granddaughter is a big fan of history and collects as much information as she can get her hands on. She thinks it will help her become a better knight, and in this case, it's proved quite useful. The Weird of Gnatmarsh was a sorceress who led a cult in the early 570s, based in the Gnatmarsh. The cult worshipped various depraved and wicked powers of the swamp, and grew powerful while plaguing the surrounding territory, much as Sir Reginald had mentioned. It killed and maimed humans, dwarves, and elves, even delving into the neighboring Celadon forest to the north. She grew so powerful that in 575 she destroyed a naval squadron and took control of the mouth of the Nesser River. That is when Warnus Starcoat and a company of allies then dealt with her. Warnus defeated the weird in personal combat. Magical duel, apparently, that was so legendary, that became legendary and established his reputation. He sank her perverse tower into the swamp in a display of crackling energies that some say drew him into the astral plane. I do not know how true that is, but it's when he returned from wherever it was he was sent that he had his the famed star coat that gives him his name. I I'm worried, friends. I'm worried about what we will find when we get there. That is, it sounds like some extremely powerful magics. And she looks around as you start to come around, entering the town of the small fishing village of Pellis, and she says, uh, "Should there not be people about?" And you note that there is like no one on the streets.
This is no good. The last time we were here, there were people about. Not as many as there should be, but there were people about. Lead the way to the Inn of the Salty Fish and hope to find some people and some stable people that we can overtip.
Opposed to instable or unstable people.
Oh, let's see.
What is the the water? What is the river here? Is that the Duntide?
That is the
Yes.
Duntide, yes.
Okay.
Everything else looked normal, with a cursory inspection as we're walking through the village, aside from the fact that there are no people about.
Um, as you walk past, you note that some of the houses look, some of the buildings look as if they've been broken into. Doors are pretty much destroyed. There's a couple that hang from a single hinge, flapping open. It's not every house. There are some that look like they're still boarded. They're boarded up and uh, closed off, but have sustained some damage.
Uh,
Something has
Kind of
definitely
point this out,
attacked the village.
loosen my sword and its scabbard. And, boys, I don't. This doesn't look right to me.
No,
People
it
this
does
far
not.
out in the wilds don't generally leave their homes hanging wide open. Yeah,
No, something is wrong.
perhaps we should have a look about one of these houses since we're right here.
Well, let's check the inn first. At least that's a public house without having to bust into people's house. Maybe they're sick or something.
You make your way up to the inn, and you note that the windows of the inn are boarded up and shuttered. The door is damaged, but is still intact. Um,
Do they look like it's been boarded up from the inside?
that is hard to tell.
Perhaps there are people who've
You know, actually,
barricaded themselves?
do me a favor. Give me a wisdom check.
Ooh, I know how to do that. That's one of my primes. And then add the mod, right?
Add your modifier and your level.
Oh boy. So that is a 23 with everything added together. Rolled a 19 on the die.
As you look at the door, you realize that it probably, the damage the door has sustained leads you to believe that it's been reinforced somehow from the inside, because something has been crashing against the door. You see what look like are claw marks, as well as potentially just brute force being applied to the door.
Okay. Could I do this is a little bit off of the use of this, but I can track. Is there a way I could maybe use that skill to determine the nature of the creature that may have made the claw marks?
Perfect.
Sure, go ahead.
All right, so if they happen to be humanoid, I get a +2 bonus to the attribute check, so I'll leave that to you.
Okay.
Um, I've got lovely, a 3 on the die, plus my level is a 6, plus my mod is a 7.
All right. Well, it's not hard to find something. Let me see what it is you are actually going to find from this. Um,
It's like kittens or something, right?
no, it's a little.
Some baby badger, maybe something not dangerous.
I hope
Um,
it's not bullywugs, is it? I stand back, but I'm also using my thieves' eyes to see if there's bullywug tracks about. Not as good as the ranger, but I've fought them before.
you note that in certain spots you see what look to be footfalls of something with possibly like webbed talon like feet.
Hmm.
And other places, strangely enough, there are markings of looking like something dragged along the ground. You're not entirely sure, but you believe it may be something dragging itself across the ground. No sign of blood on in the dragging, so you're not seeing anything that would indicate a body, but you're not clear what it is you're looking at in terms of the creature
I'll relay
or
that to the
creatures.
group. I'm out
Uh,
of my element here. I'm a woodsman, so I'm not familiar with all the creatures of the marsh. Taloned, clawed feet, perhaps, webbed, which would make sense. So probably something native to these parts.
We fought some creatures called bullywugs, which were frog people, and actually I think we kind of came to a truce with some of them, but that's the only ones I can think of that were in there. I don't remember if we ran into some goblins or some other types, but I do know went into bullywugs, and I can't tell if those are bullywug tracks. I don't really have the outdoors lores like you do.
If I had to guess, I would say something native of the swamps has come in to assail this settlement, and I fear for any occupants who have
Uh,
been taken, killed.
Yellig would like to get up toward the door or one of the windows if it's low enough, and press his ear against there and see if he can hear anybody moving around in there now that we're out here. If everybody just holds their breath and is silent for a second, I'd like to do a listening check.
Give me a listen check. Go ahead.
Plus 3. Is that based on a particular stat,
Wisdom.
Rob?
Yeah, it's based on
Wisdom.
wisdom.
So no, so it'd be a 17 total.
Is wisdom a prime for you?
It is not.
It is not. Um, there is definitely something moving around within, but you're not able to hear all that much.
Guys, there's something in there, but I can't tell what it is.
Hey Rob, what direction are those tracks heading towards? Does it look like something is being pulled in or something that's being pulled out of the building? Or do we have any idea where they're going?
On this particular one, it doesn't look like any. It almost gives the impression of possibly sneaking.
Okay. So it's not dragging something, it's actually feet that we can see.
Yeah, not you're not getting the sense that something was being dragged away.
Maybe it has a belly and it's crouched and it's sneaking.
It
That
could
would make
just be
sense.
could just be a giant toad, which are quite brutal, especially if you're small. And I look at Gellig.
No worries. Right.
You see Tyrella looking around, and she's looking, casting furtive glances towards the swamp. On the far side, on the far side of the river are the three warehouse buildings that you're aware of for in use by the fishing village. She's like, I don't like this. This is entirely too quiet.
Is the second floor boarded up? Or
Uh,
are the windows open on the second floor?
the second floor is not boarded up.
So they're
I'm
not worried
gonna
about them climbing.
I'm gonna see if I can scale up there.
Ragamundo, just be careful. There is something potentially moving around there, but I just couldn't hear what it was.
Well, if there's a problem, I will most assuredly come back out.
I'll pull my sling from my belt and put a stone in it and be prepared to fire in the direction of the scaling Lagamundo should there be a surprise at the window.
Okay,
So
give me a
I will.
dexterity check to scale the building.
All right, I will. Before I do, I go to my horse and I pull out a some some knotted rope and a grappling hook, and I kind of tuck it into my belt so that I can put it up there, but I'm not going to use it to scale. So I'm going to roll my rogue climb, and 16. And let's see, that is, thank goodness, for it's a dex for rogues. So I was like, no, if it's strength, I'm in trouble. But it's a 16, and that is a prime, so I'm four over.
Okay. You climb up towards one of the windows on the second floor, and you peek in the window.
Yeah, I do.
You peek in the window. It takes a second because the room itself is mostly dark. There are spots where the sunlight is hitting it, and you see first a set of eyes and then several sets of eyes move up and look at you, and there's a bunch of screams, child screaming.
I'm gonna say, it's like a Mundo. We're friends.
And there's a bunch of wee ones shouting for their mommies and daddies, and an older one a girl maybe 10, probably the oldest child in the room, is like trying to calm them down, and she comes to the window, and she looks at you, and you hear her through the window say, "You're not monster."
No, I'm a friend. Let's see, is Fen or Nadira here?
Uh, uh, be right back. And she like runs from the room, and the little ones start screaming again because now they've been left alone with the strange person hanging outside their window.
I smile and try to wave as best I can from holding myself up there.
Those who aren't, you see a couple will get used to the idea and just wave back kind of shyly, and a few are just beside themselves, and you're definitely playing to a mixed crowd here.
Fair.
Soon enough, you see Nadira make her way up the stairs or to the room, and she opens the window, and she looks at you and she says, "Lagamundo?"
Yes, Lagamundo.
Oh, thank goodness.
Can I come in?
Yes.
I'm here with friends. I turn around and wave to everybody and kind of point to them. What's going on here?
She looks down and she looks at you and she says, "Is that all of you?"
It is.
Oh boy. She offers you a hand to help you make your way into the room.
Okay. I stick my climbing hook, my grapple on the window, but I don't drop the rope just yet.
I turn my attention to our backside and begin, now that I see that he's gained entrance, just
Well,
to keep watch with my sling across the river so that we're not taken by surprise.
actually, I will drop the rope as soon as she turns around. I said, what can you tell me what's going on? Why is the village all boarded up?
The marsh has gone mad. It's I this is even worse than when you were here last. It's we've never seen the like. Creatures from the deepest, darkest parts of it have all just they've come out of hiding and tearing into anything and everything that they can.
What sort of creatures?
The 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 ones the latest we've seen, these terrible lizard men like things. So someone called them babblers. I don't know, but they're like lizard men out of a some horror tale.
All
They
right, so it's lizard men out of a horror tale.
sneaky and cunning, and they it feels like they're smarter and more even deadlier than you lizard folk. Most of them, if you leave them, as long as they're not on a hunt, if you leave them alone, they leave you alone. But these, no, these seem to always be on the hunt, and they appear to crave human flesh.
Ugh. Have is your stables safe? Are your livestock still alive?
I I don't know. We've been huddled up in here for, oh goodness, it's been, how, what day is this? And
I'll
she's
I'll give her the day.
nearly a week.
Okay, well we're under orders from our company to investigate the cause of this nonsense. Um, is it all right if we stable our horses back there? I know that's not your concern, but I'd at least like to lock them up back there and see if, as we head into the swamp, they won't, obviously the horses aren't going to be able to handle the marsh.
Yes, if um, it, sure, we can try to do that. Hopefully they will be safe.
We'll try to lay some feed down for any animals that are still back there in case you haven't been able to get back there recently.
Thorn, give me a wisdom check.
Will do. Again, plus level and mod.
Yes.
That's a 10.
You're looking, keeping an eye on things, and every so often you just suddenly feel like you need to look somewhere else, as if you there was a bit of movement, but you never quite seem to catch it.
Okay. I'll make mention to Torella and Sal and Gellig in a whispered tone. I think that there is movement just beyond the edge of the village. I keep missing what it is, but it's like leaves move and be on your extra vigilant watch. May ready some defenses.
Have I heard of babblers before?
Um, Give me an intelligence check.
Ah, I'm glad you said that and not wisdom, because that is a prime. However, I rolled like Wiley. I got a 6, and when you add it all up, I'm only up to a 10. So I have not heard of babblers,
Yeah, this particular one in your studies you have not come across.
but I know that they're lizard man-like, feral, and they probably got the name because they babble. I'm just guessing at this part. All right. Well, Nadira, we will do what we can and keep these young ones safe. And then, like, Batman, I go back out the bat window and down the bat rope, and then ask her to undo it so that it will drop down and I can grapple it up back, put the grapple back in my bag.
She obliges and says, "Please be safe out there. It's the we don't know how much longer we can hold out here, and we will try to make sure you have a safe place to come back to. But
Well, hold on, guys. Do we want to spend the night here? What time of day is it? Is it still early in the day or did we get here late?
mid afternoon."
Okay. Well, maybe we should head out tonight. What do you guys think?
Sal agrees that I think we got enough info from what went on that we got a pretty good idea as to what we need to do. So,
Okay.
head out.
So we can stable our horses in the back unless, it's open and there's a bunch of babblers eating all the horses, in which case probably not a smart thing to do. But they're not gonna, the horses, they ain't gonna do so well in the marsh. They'll break their legs.
When you get to the back, Nadira and a couple of the men in the tavern, open the area for you to bring the horses in.
Oh,
And
okay,
then
good.
and then quickly, as soon as, basically, almost to the point of efficiency, to the point of almost being rude, close it up behind you.
Hmm. Okay,
Before
so
we leave, I was going to say, Lagamondo, before we leave, and forgive me if this has been asked, has there been any sighting of that expeditionary force that came through here? And when was that?
Yeah, perhaps while we're back there stabling the horses, we'll ask the stableman if the troop um, from Lord Sir Reginald's expedition had come through.
The Funny that you should mention that. I'm sorry, I did not think to mention it sooner. There was a young man from the expedition, or said he was from an expedition, who was very, very excited about something that they had found. Apparently, some kind of gem. I he was talking so fast it was kind of make heads or tails of what he was saying, but something about atop the ruins, and I buried underneath the waters of the swamp. I could not make much of it. It was he just seemed in a rush to get supplies and then get back to the camp.
Do you know which way he went? And when was this?
Uh, this was this was, I guess, just about I guess over about a week ago, maybe a little longer. It's I hadn't given it much thought. I apologize. I have not been tracking the days well. We've been more concerned with our own survival. It did not. I do not remember.
Of course. But so perhaps there's a connection between what they found and possibly disturbed and these visits you've had from the swamp. The timing seems to align.
There were no survivors that came back.
We have not seen anyone since then. To be honest with you, we were not even aware of the presence of the expedition until until the young man came through.
Mm.
But now that you mentioned it, it was shortly after that that the attacks began. Strange creatures, terrible creatures being seen flying overhead in the Gnatmarsh. And then we had everyone stay closer to home, and then maybe 2 days later the attacks began here.
These babblers, they fly?
No. There was something more. It not a dragon or anything of that type, but just something large enough to strike fear into the people running from it. I must say that nobody took much time to stay around.
Of course.
It's all they all they know. All I know is they reported feeling very unsettled
Hmm.
as the creature flew overhead.
See. Well, how many villagers have you lost to this?
We have lost 6 that I know of. We've been inside. We've heard the attacks and we've heard some screams, but we're not clear how many more have died since. We've been locked in
Hmm.
those of us who took refuge here. We have put out the call that none leave the residence
Yes,
wherever it is whatever it is they've stayed hidden.
there are some residences that are boarded up, and there are some that look to have been entered, ransacked. So wise decision. I suggest you remain locked in until perhaps we can rid you of this nuisance.
Do you have a signal we would give should we return so that we don't have to crawl up to the second floor?
Uh, to be honest with you, you could probably just knock.
Oh, okay.
Speak through the door.
Do
Now
you
that
have
we
a
know who
preference
is
for which
inside,
door?
The front door.
Okay. I
you
thought
could
we did that.
knock three
No,
times on the pipe.
We just
Okay.
listened.
we listened at the door.
Oh,
Nobody bothered to knock.
I thought we knocked. I'm sorry, my bad. That's what I do when my friends aren't home. I crawl up and look in their bedroom windows.
Knock, knock twice
Uh,
on the pipe,
uh,
3 times on the ceiling.
Mundo
yeah,
the Mundo the creeper. That's what.
exactly.
oh
Well, then
boy.
we should make haste. There's much to be learned.
All right. Um, in that case, you start to head into the swamp, and you have the distinct feeling of being stalked.
Uh,
There's the second you leave, basically, as soon as you cross the river and get, even as just you're getting to the far side of the river and past the warehouses towards the swamp edge,
hmm
you have the choice of following the river up north for a bit or cutting through the swamp. I leave that up to you as to how you want to handle it. You know that the place where the trail that had been marked for Thorn is probably about a half a day's north of here.
Recommend following the river just as a major landmark to give us direction that we don't become lost in the marsh, and then take the path when we no longer can follow the river.
That seems wise.
All right.
I follow you, big legs.
I would at least make an attempt to see if I can pick up any tracks along the riverbank as we go without, I know we're trying to make some haste, so perhaps I just check every so often versus going at, half speed or quarter speed the whole way.
Mm-hmm. So let me do this. Let me go back to that screen for a bit. Get you guys off this map.
Meanwhile, chat continues to pun away around
About
on the
grapes,
theme of
though.
grapes.
The
Yeah,
grapes.
excellent, excellent work.
Uh,
With grape responsibility comes great power. I feel like Pat
That sounds
deserves
good.
an inspiration for that. I don't know if you have a
I
way
think
of
there's
doing
going to
that.
be a bottle popped in the Gellig manor a little bit later.
Right?
Got me thirsty.
Put a
Yes,
cork in it, Pat.
nice.
I can laugh about the grapes thing, but man, that was a week of
that's
hell.
scary. Yeah, that's
Oh,
scary
that's
when the dolphin
horrible.
gets sick.
That's horrible. Yeah.
All right. Uh, so you get up to the thing, and you again you have that feeling. Every so often, you're convinced that there are eyes staring at you out from the vegetation of the marsh behind the large trees with the drooping branches, the vines, the thick underbrush in places of all kinds of all kinds of flora. It's the eyes have when you do catch the slice of glimpse, they are red in color, and you can almost feel their malevolence. And but as quickly as you catch sight of them, they're gone.
All right. Well, as I'm walking, I make great use of my new halberd as a not like a pikeman of, of Perrinland or anything where I would just march with it over my shoulder. I make use of it like a 10-foot pole, prodding the underbrush and, you know, checking ahead of me for places where we might fall under where the water gets deeper.
Okay.
And I
Uh,
especially keep an eye on Gellig because I think he could get swallowed up and disappear and we wouldn't even notice it. Even without monsters, there's giant toads and frogs and they love little ones.
And if the group sees the wisdom in it, I would probably track just a little bit ahead of the group within eyesight, but just ahead of your poking and prodding so that I can on occasion stop and check tracks, see if I'm noticing anything human or more of the clawed webbed
I'm
feet or
fine to
anything
take to
that's
watch the rear if you want. If you
okay.
want to take lead.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
then maybe
Tyrella kind of follows at a distance behind Thorn, but she's reasonably well armed.
perfect.
Sal stayed tucked in the middle.
Yeah. Sal and Gellig got
Nicely
between me and
Side by side. My litlittle buddy Gellig right next to me. That's what.
cream filling of the
But
Twinkie.
I'm
between me
cool
and
with that.
Tyrella, yeah.
It's
Squishy
not
All
his
boys.
usual thing around here.
Squishy boys.
right, let's see. So move there. All right. Um, in that case, we are going to go to our next map. It has gone to not quite total darkness. We're definitely in twilight time now.
Where Sal and Gellig's ability to see in the dark will help
Hmm.
us immensely.
All right, and need to make sure I hit the right buttons because otherwise I will accidentally stop the stream, and we don't want that. All right. Uh, yeah. So Thorn, you've been able to follow the trail inward, and you can see across the far side of the stream. There is a you see that little almost like a little peninsula jutting out. It's hard to see with the entire map. Actually, let me shrink the map for you. There we go. You can see there's a little, maybe an island or a little peninsula on the far side of the stream. Another stream beyond it, and just beyond that, there is the trail continuing to the northwest.
So it looks like we need to navigate across a couple streams here. Are these 5 or 10 foot squares?
These are 5.
Looks like if we go a little further north, there's probably the most narrowest point where we might make a safer crossing.
Your wood sense does you well. That looks like a good, fine place to cross.
What about any tracks or signs of other recent passing?
Um,
Want another wisdom check?
sure. Go ahead.
All right. Heavens, the single digits continue. 11. Again, if they're humanoids that I'm tracking, I would pick up a +2 bonus.
Okay.
Or giants.
You find more evidence of the babbler tracks, though none of the dragging at the moment. More of the webbed, webbed talon like footfalls. Well,
Mm.
what passes as footfalls, I guess. There is also some larger tracks that appear to have gone through here that are also like talon like digging a bit deeper into the ground in certain spots.
So probably heavier, bigger,
Mm-hmm.
or carrying
And
something.
and also they're actually give me a wisdom check.
That's 17 with my mod. Do you need my level also?
That'll be it doesn't matter. You've already made it.
Yeah, that's a prime.
You are seeing signs of a tail on
Mm.
these secondary creatures.
Okay. Yes, I will bring the party close. I'll wave them close and kind of point out all the detail that I've noticed, and also point out that I think in order to continue, we need to uh, just a few more feet to the north here and cross where you see the limbs down. Might be the safest, least distance to cover if we have to cross the stream to continue on. The path continues, and I'll kind of point out that the path continues on over the stream.
All right. Sounds like a smart thing to do.
See, we
Do you want to go first? Do you want me to go first?
I'm happy to go first. Is there like a mechanic in CNC for like long jumping? Or would you prefer we rig some ropes?
I mean, the mechanic is basically you tell me how you want to do it, and I'll tell you what we're going to
Okay.
need to roll,
Very good.
or even if a roll is necessary. Honestly,
Right. Because it looks like that's about 12 to 15 feet.
so let me. I'm assuming that you want like to be over here.
I'm looking, yeah, that's it. You got it.
And I'm guessing that all of you move up as well.
Yep.
Just as I stare out at my 3.5 foot tall frame, looking
Yeah.
at 15 feet, which could be a mile as far as I'm
Right.
concerned.
Exactly. I feel like we're going to need to rig some rope for the shorter among us to make safe passage, unless we have a.
Well, I have a rope and a grapple.
Do
We could
not
fell a
think
couple of
about trying to
trees
throw me
quickly.
over.
There's
Y'all will
some
not
limbs
be
down.
tossed.
Looks like there's big enough limbs over there. We could maybe drag them. Well, now we're getting into some complexity.
So those limbs that are right across from him,
Uh huh.
are those loose or do those look like trees that are growing out over the river?
They look like they're trees growing out, kind of growing sort of out over the river.
Okay.
They're not they're but sort of dead trees. They're not.
Right. Could be tricky.
So it's questionable as to how firm a hold the roots have.
Okay.
How deep does the water look here? I mean, is it rushing quickly? Is it pooling?
The
Can I
water
see the bottom?
the water itself. Actually, hold on a second. As you look down into the water,
I'm picturing Steve Chenault rubbing his hands in glee watching this going,
Oh, yeah.
oh, good, a river crossing. TPK Inc.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah. The only thing missing is you're not in the darkened fold.
you're level 3, Thorn.
Correct, sir.
Huh. As you look down, just at the, just under the water, right at your feet, there's a creature staring up at you.
Oh,
Ugh.
there's something down here, and I'll back away from the edge and pull my blade.
And I will give you the description because this is a babbler. Somewhere between animal and humanoid resides the babbler. Suspected to be mutated lizard folk, the babbler resides in the same marshy swamp native to its distant cousins. As you've already been told, they're inherently wicked and cunning and desire the taste of human flesh above all else. They stand just under 6 feet and are normally covered in mud, with a tough leathery skin that is a mottled gray, while its eyes are rimmed with wet red rims that seem to cry blood.
Ugh.
I'll stand back, alert everyone. There's some sort of creature.
Well, this one ended up surprising you.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
That's why I rolled.
Yep, got you. Bastard.
Reaches up and attempts.
Come on, people. We are playing.
First claw misses. Second claw misses. Oh. I'm rolling instead. I have a dice tray and I'm not even using it. You are so lucky. I did not.
Thank God.
I did not roll in double digits on a single one of those three
All right,
rolls.
I'll take that.
You jump. You basically
Let's match
jump
my
backwards
rolls.
from the things as it comes
Told you that's
out.
what I did.
It's Thorn's aura of low rolling that surrounds him.
That's right. He's in my
The
space.
babbler got into that space.
That's right. Yeah, it's contagious.
That is the point where you find out that it is not alone.
Sweet. Here we go.
Oh.
Babeliciousness. Clever little garments.
And this is the point at which we are going to roll initiative.
Okey-dokey.
For those of you in the audience, we do have the ability to help the party. It is either 10,000 channel points or 100 bits to provide a regular hero point, which they can use for their rolls before the die roll is made. 500 bits will grant them a special hero point, which they can use to physically change the die roll after the fact. So everyone, please roll a d10. This one is for...
And in CNC, initiative is just a straight up D10 roll, and we play in that order, right?
Straight up d10, and we roll each round. Ooh, okay. They're in a spot. All right, so 10, 9,
I have a 9.
go.
All right, so I'm going to brandish my bastard sword and take a two-handed swipe at the lovely babbler that just accosted me. That is a tremendous roll of a 4. I'm guessing I would get my humanoid bonus if I had hit. 9 total with mods.
All right, that is not going to hit.
Right?
All right, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh man, Pat draws.
Actually, you ended up getting 2 each. Thank you, Pat.
Thank you so much. What is that? 2 regular heroes each?
Yep.
Did
Cool,
we
thanks,
start
Pat.
with any? I had one left over from our last. No, I had one.
You know, I normally start you off
Special.
with what? Two regulars and 1 special?
Yep.
So, yeah, you start off with 2 regulars, 1 special each. And you got 2
Just
more.
got 2. Thank you, Pat.
Woohoo! Thank you, Pat.
Very nice. I may need those based on my current D20 situation.
All right, yeah. That
I
is
I
going
think
to
he's
miss.
hooking us up because we have a gnome with us.
Entirely possible. So that was on 9. 8.
8, Gellig. Is this the time of day now? Is it dusky? It's
It
like
is.
so people might need a little like assistance with lighting to be able to see these creatures, especially the ones like if you're going
Everybody,
from top to bottom on the last two babblers coming out.
Yeah, for anything outside the immediate thing, it probably could use some help.
Okay,
Especially since these things are like covered in mud, so
right.
they're like natural camouflage.
Okay, so what I'll do for the bottom two is I will cast dancing lights and put two globes on each, so it looks like two torches up, and it illuminates those two, so they won't get a surprise attack on us or any sort of bonus, as we can see them coming.
All right, cool.
That
Suddenly,
was me on 8.
suddenly there are dancing lights, and you can see better the movement of the two to the south, the two southernmost. That was on 8-7.
Sal's got a 7.
All right,
So the two that are down below, how far apart are they?
the two that are down below.
Now
looks
they're
like they're 10 feet from each other. There's
Yeah,
5 foot
they're
gap
10 feet from each other. There's basically a 5 foot gap in between. Well, I mean, yeah, they're
I'm gonna make them 5 feet from each other.
okay, and then the one above it is another 10 feet above it.
actually I wouldn't even call it 10 feet. I mean, there's a 5 foot gap between them, so 5.5 feet
They're
between.
pretty close. Okay,
Yeah,
so if so Sal wants to cast sleep, but he's gonna put it kind of in the area behind the middle or the I guess the I don't want to catch Thorn in it. If
right.
that if I can
Okay,
kind of
what's the radius for sleep?
30.
Ooh, all right. You know something? Give me an intelligence check.
Okay. And intelligence is a prime.
By the way, Pat, the main reason when Cyrus cast Dancing Lights, you're trying to make Dancing Lights this amazing thing to do all the things instead of just, casting light. It's not for
Not
nothing.
um, a 9 prime.
You kind of eyeball it, and you know something? I'm gonna give it a. I mean, you're a wizard. You're kind of used to this, so I'm gonna give it a 75% chance of not hitting Thorn.
Okay.
I am going to roll that though.
Sorry, buddy.
It's okay. It's the occupational hazard when you're running with a wizard.
And you're able to place it so it doesn't hit Thorn. What's the info on the numbers?
Yeah, so it's 2d4 hit dice of creatures, starting with the one, the creature that has the lowest hit dice.
Okay.
Um,
Um,
yeah.
give me the 2d4 number. Let me know how many you get.
4.
And there's no. Is there a saving throw or no?
Hey Bob, is there a saving throw on that?
I think Bob's frozen.
I think Bob's frozen.
What is it? Sleep?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me look real quick. I have a
I don't
spell.
think there is,
All right.
but
I don't think there is either because in Dale's game I've used that too. It says SR, yes.
SR, that's
That's
spell
spell resistance,
resistance.
yeah.
Oh, it's resistance. Never mind. SV, none.
Save. Yep.
Save, none.
No, none.
All
It
right.
just won't affect things over a certain amount of hit dice.
Correct.
And there he goes.
Like the old 1E spell. And and I think the hit die deal with that too. But yes, for CNC, no save.
And of course, my pup is choosing now to let me know that he wants to go out. All right. You know something? While we're waiting for Bob to get back, why don't we take a quick break so I can take the dog out? And we will come back to. That was on 7.
Yeah, he was acting on 7.
All right. Be
Awesome.
right back.
Woo.
Not bad, guys.
Okay.
Yep. See it. I'll stretch out my legs. Big flowers. Nice. Yeah, we got rain coming.
I just noticed that because I'm using a pole arm in the first round of combat, if there's something within range, mine goes first. But only in the first round of combat. It doesn't have any reach per se, but
So,
if I have a halberd and
oh, yeah.
they have in CNC the way they play that out is if there's anything within reach, which I think since it's a 10-foot weapon is, 2 squares away, the first round they can go first. But I don't think I'm that close to any of them. But Rob put the map away, so I can't double check that. Yeah, I can understand with his dog. We're watching not a neighbor's, my daughter's friend's dog while she's off with her family for Memorial Day, and my wife had a gardener friend stop over, and when they knocked at the door, the two dogs got in a barking competition and were riffing on each other.
Totally blanked there for a second, Dale. I'm like, sleep doesn't have a save, does it? Like, no.
No,
And I had to double check for a second. 'Cause I'm like, wait,
it's
it
it's
was that
always
moment
worth
of
double
doubt, right?
checking. It's always worth double checking because CNC does a lot of things like other versions of the fantasy games, but
Not
in
everyone was
general,
necessarily. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. I think I got caught offhand by something the other day. I was like, wait, is that right?
I love Dancing Lights, Dale. It's one of my favorite spells of all time. You know how many times I've gone down dark corridors for a party and just because the range is so good on it too, and just lit up dark corridors. Very utility spell. It's one of my faves.
Yeah, it's actually better than light for that purpose.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
it's
light.
it's not as bright, but it's oh, Doc's rebooting, so he's
Got
gonna
it. Well, I've backlit uh characters like with having a party with archers or ranged weaponeers and backlit orcs or humanoids or whatever trying to ambush us
Mhm.
and then sat from a distance and just pegged them. Sorry, I had coffee for breakfast, and now I'm approaching lunch. I'm dying, so
I get it.
I'm snacking on whatever I can find in the house.
Yeah, I had a leftover cheeseburger from last night. Or from yesterday. I took the dog to the vet and I got her a couple of cheeseburgers because she was a good girl. And
How's
there
she
were and
doing?
she's good. She was
Good.
she she had some other issues, and because she got a
Hmm.
clean bill of health, I gave her a cheeseburger. But I picked up a extra cheeseburger for me for later, and it was one of those things where you remember that you bought food earlier and it's like, oh boy, I planned ahead. I didn't even realize it. So I had that for lunch right before we started here. And I had your the answer to White Claw, the monster beast. I don't know if you can see that because of it's a 6% alcohol. Pretty tasty. I got a variety pack. It came in like all the monster flavors, such wonderful flavors as green and white, but also peach and berry. So it was tasty. I
Very
know.
nice.
You have many more flavors at your disposal.
No, that's awesome. Yeah, I'll have a beverage tonight a little bit later. If
I
that's
I am
tomorrow.
worried about these guys. If we can't sleep them, this is going to be a nasty fight. Because we only have one armored person. Our group normally has a paladin who just got a bunch of dwarven armor and a cleric who just got a bunch of dwarven armor. So, and we picked up somebody with armor and a cleric with armor. But we also picked up you, and you and Sal are wearing pajamas in the swamp. So
How does this work, Dale? This is like the second CNC character I have that wears a bathrobe.
it's a choice, right? A lifestyle choice. I am usually playing a cleric or a thief, and I decided to make a multi-classed monk rogue. And it's actually a nice combo, but my AC is not the greatest. At least I don't have as horrible a set of charts as do anyone with cleric or paladin or wizard levels.
All right, so some people got moved around.
Feel sorry about that. I don't know what happened.
That's all right. Let me see if I can figure it out in Zoom.
Bob, you missed it. It worked out well. Robert had to take his dog outside anyway, so we took
Uh,
advantage of your
Hey,
outage to fix it.
got
my
it in
call.
two.
Nice. Welcome back, everyone.
Yes. Yeah, it's fun. Thankfully, he actually did need to go out, but it's going to be one of those things where I've got neighbors across the street playing music. I've got the people in the next yard having a get together. Not, I mean, they're not. Their voices are louder than they probably need to be, but they're not like shouting or anything. It's just everybody there seems to talk loudly in the backyard.
Enough to alert the dog.
And my dog hears everything. My dog is his ears are so sensitive that he's probably a little stressed right now.
Oh,
That's a bummer.
All right, so
so just
I had
a
to mute
CNC,
myself. I was having
just a
kettle chips.
CNC roll, Robert.
yes.
Pole arms, the first round, go first if there's anyone within range of them, but there's not, so it doesn't matter this time. But I just remembered there was something funky about pole arms, and I went to look. So it
All right.
doesn't matter because none of them are that close to us.
So that was 7. You did get one of them. The farthest one falls asleep.
Okay, good.
6. Any of you gone 6?
I would like to say yes, but no.
You hear Tyrella. You hear Tyrella chanting, and you all get a bless on you.
Yay.
So
Oh,
plus
right
1 to your
on.
attacks.
+1 to attacks.
Yes.
Nice. How long does that last?
It'll probably last throughout this combat.
Okay.
Usually a minute a level, I think. Or
Yeah,
it might be a turn a level. I don't know. It's CNC.
I don't think we've had a single combat long enough where the bless actually wore off. That much I remember. 5, 4.
4. All right. Let's see. Where am I?
You're behind Sal.
Yep, I see. I'm gonna step forward a little bit. Actually, I guess I'm probably gonna step to the south of Sal and stick that one that's right there with my halberd.
All right.
And this is the first time I'm breaking it in here. So looking for big money, no whammy, in that order.
No whammies, no
And
whammies.
I rolled a nat 16, so that takes me to 23. That's
Nice.
a hit.
That is going to hit, yeah, for sure.
Now we're going to see what damage this bad boy can deal. Let's see. We rolled a 7 plus 5, 12 points of damage.
Damn. I like it.
All right.
I'm pretty pleased with that.
It comes slashing down, and you open up a gash basically diagonally across this thing's chest, such as it
Nice.
is. There is a good stream of blood coming out, coating the muddy belly of the creature.
Ooh, maybe they'll eat each other. They'll get all feral and turn on each other.
All right,
One
so
can hope.
that was on
4.
4.
That was 4.
On 4, they attack.
Oh no.
So, we'll start with the one that, since you appear to be the bigger threat, it attacks you, Lagamundo.
Okay.
I got my bloody dice, because you gotta have bloody dice.
No. That's their blood. We don't need to roll well against me.
Well, you're probably in good shape there, because it only rolled a total's of 13.
Oh, I'm good there.
All right. Oh, that's his first attack. He's got 3. Sorry.
No. He can just take one.
That's a claw.
I don't need to be greedy.
Second claw misses.
Yes.
Hey, I finally rolled above a 10.
Oh no, you weren't supposed to do that.
That is a 19.
That's a hit. That's a hit. That's his bite too.
However, I don't have a special at the moment, so because I don't give myself specials at the start. And
It's okay, Rob.
3 points of damage as it chomps on you.
3. Okay. I go down a little bit.
Pat, what did we say about the caps and exclamation points? Because again, I don't know. I don't have much control over what Stream Elements times out. You keep doing that to yourself, sir. Let me see if I can untime you out. Okay. I know. But I'm being kind to my players because I know what I'm sending them up against.
I will take 3 in return for the 12 I gave him. I can't do that all day, but
Yeah.
I
All
can
right.
probably do that longer than it can.
Claw bite on Thorn.
Yep.
Ugh.
I just got a nat 20.
I feel like that's not the best news.
You should
today.
use your special to un-20 that.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do that.
You know something? I'm going to use the special Pat just gave me to bring it back.
Oh.
So now
You're
I've
a
got
cruel
critted
man, Jack
and
Sparrow.
I've lost a special.
That's a ranger hater.
All right,
The,
Pat.
the,
Okay.
the second claw hit AC 21.
That's a hit. I'm AC 16.
Uh-oh.
14. Sorry, AC 14.
And you're AC 14.
Yes, sir.
Your good news, the bite just missed you.
Okay.
So, let's see. It is 4 for the claw automatically plus
You didn't crit on the bite.
7 points of damage between the 2 claws.
Okay.
It's not terrible.
No. Ouch.
And then the other one steps up to attack Tyrella. That's going to hit. You know something? It ended up being a good thing that you, what do you call it? You made me spend the special because I just rolled a 19.
There you go.
Ooh.
That's going to be a hit on 1 claw and on the bite.
I hope she's got some hit points.
All right. You hear in stark contrast to her normally cheerful demeanor, there might have been a few curse words that escaped her lips as the thing found a couple soft spots in the armor.
She may have to go to confession to a priest of Tritherian.
Mm-hmm.
Atone for her foul language.
Is there anyone who hasn't gone yet? I think everyone has.
I went.
Okay. In that case, next round.
All right, we're rolling in this again.
Yep.
All right. I'm on big money, no whammy. Whammy.
All right. 10. 9.
Sal's got a 9.
All right.
Nice.
So there's 3 that are still up.
Yes.
And 1 is taking some damage.
Yeah, the
And-
one closest to you is the one that's taken damage.
Okay. He's gonna do let's see. Thorn is going to Sal is gonna fire magic missile at the one that's closest to Thorn.
Okay.
You might want to back up a little too.
Yeah, he'll use his movement to kind of yeah, he's got 50 how many feet?
Your movement rate, normal movement is 30 feet.
Yeah, so I can back up.
You
at
can grab
least.
15.
And then he will fire those magic missiles against the one that's right on Thorn.
All right.
And I think I get what, 2d4 plus, I can't remember.
2d4 plus. If it's 2 missiles, it's 2d4 plus 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Uh 4 points. That's the lowest roll possible, but
You rolled 2 1s.
2 1s.
Oh Lord.
You hear as two magic bolts go right past you, Lagamundo, slam into it. It staggers
It's the one
momentarily.
on Thorn, right?
Yeah, the one on Thorn.
Oh, the one on Thorn. Oh,
Yeah.
oh. I'm sorry. It's the one on Lagamundo is the one that's taking damage. So if you want to do the one on Thorn, we can do the one on Thorn for sure.
But no, well, the one that's already had damage.
Okay, yeah. So it'd be the one that was. I'm
Okay,
sorry, it
so
was the one on Lagamundo.
Lagamundo. Okay, good.
My bad. If I confuse that issue. All right, it staggers back momentarily, but it rights itself. On 8, you see Tyrella expertly. She twirls her spear in her hands, and then as if to try to distract the creature, and then suddenly has it facing head of the spear at it and lunges forward to stab at it.
That sounds like a 20.
Not quite. But that is a 16, and a 16 is hits.
Yes.
All right. You see, she does some damage to it. The spearhead plunges in. It doesn't seem to get very far. The leathery skin seems to have provided some resistance from her getting a really good shot in, but she definitely drew blood. 7, 6.
I go in 6.
All right.
I'd like to take another two-handed swing at the babbler that's immediately in my vicinity.
Mm-hmm.
And these guys are humanoid, right?
They're technically magical beasts.
Okay, so not humanoid. All right, so I rolled a 21,
That's gonna hit.
and I rolled an 11 on the D12 for going two-handed. So that is 14 points of slashing damage with the old bastard sword.
Ranger. Love it.
Oh yeah, just like Lagamundo's halberd, you cut through and basically you cut deep at the top part of the chest. You do feel the resistance of the really thick leathery skin, but you know that you got this thing pretty good.
Good, as it should be.
That was on 6,
That was 6, yeah.
5, 4. Well, on 4 they go.
Yeah, I rolled a 2. I was like, no, I rolled worse than last time.
All right.
Rolled a 1. So I'll
Oh,
be the
God.
last.
It's not a good time for us to bone up the initiative.
Lagamundo, the first one is AC 13. AC 13 again, because this thing likes single digit rolls.
Let's hear that it loves single-digit rolls.
Oh, it loves single digit rolls because the third roll was a
Yes.
5.
Even better.
Son of a bitch.
I'll take the win.
All right. 3 on Thorn. Apparently, it does like Thorn though, because I just rolled a 15, so that's a 20
Oh, goodness.
Owie.
and a 16.
Yeah, I'm AC 14.
Oof.
You should stop that.
Wow.
Making up for lost time, are we?
Man, as bad as the rolls were against Lagamundo, the rolls on this one were just as good.
All right.
I rolled a 15 on the die. I rolled a 15, a 16, and a 19.
Okay.
Not even including their
Mods, yeah.
mods or their hit
That
dice.
sounds like 3 hits.
Yep. Oh, you got lucky. 3 hits for 6 points of damage total.
Holy. Sure did.
I rolled a 1 on the bite, as well
Nice
as one of the
guys.
claws.
Thank you, dice gods.
The first roll was a 4, and I thought you might be in trouble, and then the rest of it just my dice rolling reverted to normal.
He'll kind of grab the gold pendant unicorn horn and give it a little kiss.
Then the one attacks Tyrella. First one's a hit. That's also going to hit.
Tough little slimers.
And miss on the bite. Ooh, yeah, Tyrella, you can tell that she's in pain. She's holding her own, but you see the teeth gritted. There's flecks of blood on the sides of her mouth. These things, this thing has hit her hard. All right, so I know, what was it, 2 of you still had attacks to go?
Yes.
So
Gale, Lagamundo, then Gellig.
all right, Lagamundo, go ahead.
All right. Well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just using the halberd to try to stab off bitey, toothy death here. So,
Bitey McBite face.
yeah, bitey McBite face. Oh, nat 17.
All
So
right,
24.
that's gonna hit.
Rolling the damage. Come on, big money, no whammies. I got a 9, so 14.
That's nice.
Tell me how you kill
Damn.
Tell me how you kill the thing.
Um, I will just dispatch it with placing the halberd right back where it went the first time and finding it in the muck instead of in the bad guy because it went straight through him.
Yeah, the cut that you made, you go back to the well a second time, and you can feel yourself hit vital things. The resistance is almost gone. There is the feeling of tearing away at soft organ tissues, and the thing writhes in pain before just falling to the ground, dead.
Happy. I can move on and help my friends. All
All
right.
right. And what was it? Gellig was the last one to go?
Yes, I'd like to step up um, to the babbler that are within a few feet of the babbler that just struck Torella
All right.
and cast a color spray on that babbler.
So, like here?
Yeah, if I could hit it because it's 5 feet wide and a 25-foot long cone. I don't want to obviously strike anybody else, but if I can center it on that one, that's what I'll do.
You know something? You end up basically stepping in between Tyrella um and Thorn.
Okay.
Let me actually. There's something I want to check because I want to give you an opportunity to potentially roll on this if it turns out to be a little too that it might not go the way you want it to go. Hold on. Um. All right. Okay. So you're pretty certain that this thing is going to be have the chance to get a saving throw.
Yep.
Its chances of saving throws are probably not great because because it's going to be not their prime. But just so you're aware.
But I will still do that.
Okay.
So it would be affect the number of creatures, but it's basically based on its hit die.
Yep.
So
This one is stunned.
okay. Oof. It was stunned for 1 round.
Yep. Stunned for one round.
Okay. All right. That's what I will do.
All right. And with that, we roll initiative again. Ooh.
I'm not going to say I can't roll lower because I technically could.
All right. 10, 9, 8. On 8, the one tries to attack Thorn again. Misses. That's going to miss. So apparently the first person that these things attack is the one all the bad rolls go to.
Right.
Because
Uh-oh.
that was
That's not good.
that was a 4, 7, and a 9
Wow.
on a die. The one that's stunned isn't going to be attacking anybody. So that's on 8, 7, 6, 5.
5.
5, but go
Well-
ahead.
All right. I'm going to move up along the waterway and help Thorn polish that one off if at all possible.
All right.
I'm not charging or anything crazy like
Yep,
that
yep.
because I need every bit of my AC.
You're not even close enough. You're not far enough to charge.
Okay, good. I swing at a 17.
That's going to hit.
Nice.
Damage is 11.
Ooh,
Ooh, hold on a second.
you're a wrecking machine.
It is wobbling.
Could have done better, but I could have done worse. I'll take it.
All right. I think it was Gellick also went on that number.
Yes. I want to step back behind Torella
Uh huh.
and cast, if I can move and cast head fog on the one that was stunned. So when it wakes up, it doesn't have any, like, it's like it's looking around like I've taken its vision completely off.
Sure. As a matter of fact, because it's stunned, I'm not even going to allow it a saving throw.
Perfect. And so basically with, it'll be on its, so you can save once per round and looks like an intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
So, and for 3 rounds, well, 4 rounds actually. For the last of the spell will last 4.
All right. And what number was that on? Was that on
That was on 5.
5? 4.
Sal's got a 4.
All right. Tyrella also has a 4. Sal, do you want to wait for Tyrella to go first?
Sure.
All right. Tyrella goes. This thing is stunned and in a head fog. She's not having a good day. Hold on. She gets overexcited, swings, or stabs, and nearly loses her grip on her spear. Manages to grab it the last second, but basically fumbles her attack attempt. Sal, you're up.
All right.
Okay. He's gonna kind of step north so that he's in kind of a direct line of sight with the one that's yeah.
Yep, there you go.
And then he's going to use his newly acquired Rod of Thunder and Lightning and cast Thunderclap, and that will create a thunderous noise that then creates 2d6 sonic damage to the individual that he's aiming at, and that's a dex save for partial half damage if they get the dex save.
This is the round. This thing is still stunned this round, so it doesn't get a save.
Okay. So then
Right
that's
on.
2d6.
Success. Gotta love it.
So total of 9 points. 9 points. And
All right.
their death for another 2d6 rounds. So that's
Stunned. He's
oh,
deafened.
I know.
This
That's
Clouded.
7 rounds that he's deaf.
You almost feel sorry for him until you realize they'd been preying on villagers.
This thing is having a no good, very bad day.
As it should be.
Oh man. All right. 3. Or actually, is there anyone left who hasn't gone yet?
I have not. I go on one.
Go ahead.
Okay. Take another two-handed swing at the babbler that's on me. That is a 12 on the die, or 12 total, excuse me, to hit.
12 total is going to miss.
Okay, I miss.
All right. Initiative.
Come on, big money, no whammy.
All right. 10.
That's me.
Go for it.
Jim.
All right, that's a 15.
That's going to hit.
Another two-handed swing. So that is 6, and 3 is 9 slashing to this nasty mud bug that we've been battling here.
Tell me how you kill it.
I'm just going to put just a big swing of the bastard sword right through his chest, cut his heart, and then just kick him off my blade and down into the water.
All right. The thing crumples down at the edge of your blade, crumples down into the water. The stream goes a bit red where it is, and then you see the body start to float downstream with the other one. All right. So that was 10. 9.
I have a 9.
Go for it.
Yes.
Getting some payback from those 2s and 4s. There's only one left that's still moving up here, right? And the
Yep.
other one's asleep.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna see if I can hit it.
All right, go for it.
That one is stunned and deafened and head fogged.
It's
Nat
no longer
14 up to a 21.
it, it-
That's
it's
I don't.
it's no longer stunned, but it's got a head fog and it's deaf.
Well, I oh off the 10 onto the 3. 8 points of damage.
All right, it you hear the thing like cry out because it has no idea where the attack is coming from. It's trying to sniff you all out.
Sal, I can hear your ring of thunder all the way from here.
Nice.
I think
It
it's gonna rain on us too.
it swings out wildly in Tyrella's general direction because it's the only thing that it's aware of where something was. That's gonna miss, and miss. It's like just wildly trying to get at her. Thankfully, because of the fact that it's got these serious minuses against it, it did not manage to hit. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. On 4, Tyrella swings. Or actually stabs with her spear. And she gets a nat 20.
Yes.
There you go.
Is this where we get to say, tell us how she kills it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. 15 points of damage will do that to you.
Nice.
And she's like, I've had enough of you. And the spear, basically her entire arm goes back, thrust the spear forward, and it's pretty clear that she just stabbed this thing right through the heart. Because its eyes, the fog, even through the fog, you can sort of see the eyes just go a bit larger, and then it slumps, and she likewise, she pushes it off of her spear and kicks it into the water. At which point you all go and just take care of the one that is sleeping.
Yeah, we do a 1, 2, 3, and we all stab it.
Oh, man.
Your ring scared me there, Sal. I forgot that thing.
Tyron's like, that was brutal. They say it's gotten worse. What? Whew.
I'd hate to think of the poor villagers facing multiples of these things.
Oh,
No
I have
wonder
no
they
chance.
lost a half dozen of their number.
I have no chance.
Well, let's I pull one of the ones that crawled out, gut it, and see if there's any, if they keep treasure in their gizzards, and if not, then I suggest we find a place to nap in the trees or something, and so we can find this where we're looking for tomorrow with some freshness.
Getting late.
All right. You slice them open, and let us take a look to see.
I never know when creatures carry the treasure in their gizzards, or whether they're blaring creatures, or whether they're just eating whatever.
So that's interesting. You find. Wow, this thing's being kind. You managed to find some treasure that these things have appeared to have swallowed.
Ooh, well, after we find something in one, we pull them all up and gut them all and look through them with whatever fading lights we have.
Suddenly, everybody's like running downstream to catch the two that started floating away.
Right?
To pulled into the water.
Maybe we'll get lucky and find a wedding ring of somebody from the village, but at this distance, it's probably just other people.
So in all, you find 65 gold pieces.
Whoa.
Oh, right on.
You also find there's some various small pieces that let's say another 20 gold between the items that you find that are salvageable. Various like little plates and gems and such. You also find a number of bolts, crossbow bolts, that, despite being swallowed, look they look, at least the heads look like they're intact, and they look to be of fine quality.
Excellent. Does anybody here use a crossbow?
I
I'll
don't
bet
use a
the
crossbow,
cleric
but
might.
I do have a fletching kit, so I could maybe reconstruct those bolts.
Awesome. Well, let's
Unless, um, what's her name? Torella would like them.
No, yeah, that's if you have the ability to make use of them, I, I, I do not at the moment.
Well, as I mentioned, I don't have a crossbow, but I do have a Fletcher's kit, so I can at least put these tips on some shafts and remake the bolts.
just the tips, right? Sorry, couldn't resist. All right.
Ew.
Since we've already bloodied the water up, let's get to the other side and get a little deeper before we make camp. And then hopefully any night creatures that want to eat will feast on where we've butchered these things.
Makes sense. How many crossbow bolt heads did we recover then?
Rob, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I had muted because I was trying to. Five of them, and when they're remade, they will be +1 bolts.
Oh, nice.
All right. So then we like I said, we make it to the other side of the stream and get away from the scene of the butchery, and hopefully all the things that want to eat things will go there.
Yeah.
And then we'll set up some camp, listening to Thorn's guidance on how to best hide ourselves in the wilderness.
Yeah, I've got some concealment skills.
Maybe we can set up some hammocks in the trees so that we're not sleeping on the ground where the snakes and stuff get us.
Well, because one of these large snakes could probably eat me. That's
Yeah,
the last thing I really want.
dude, for you, I'm worried about the giant toads.
Yeah,
They
you and me
hide,
both.
they swallow you.
I've heard stories. I actually don't want to be the subject of one of them.
I don't want it to happen to you either, but if it does, I will delight in glee of telling this story over and over.
I could even build a trap to maybe catch if anything comes into our midst. A simple snare might be a good
Cool.
idea.
Sure, yeah. But yeah, I'll help rig up some hammocks in the trees and we'll find, put our food way up so that, it doesn't attract anything. And obviously we rinse off any of the blood. Oh, can we backtrack just a little bit? Right after the battle, can we apply some bandages,
Or we could
Robert?
do it now.
Robert, if you're talking,
Since
I
I
can't
did
hear
that
you.
again.
Okay. Because I think we have to do that fairly quickly.
Yes, you do.
So I had one wound
That's
for
right.
3 points, so I'm going to bandage 2 points of that.
All right.
That'll take me close to where I was at.
Taken 13. I've got
How many wounds was that? You can bandage each wound once.
um
I know you
I
got
have 2
clawed
wounds.
twice at
Yeah.
least,
I've
so you should be
taken
able to.
damage twice.
So you can get well, but one of those was 2 claws, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, actually
Did
one of
you
them
get
was
wounded in 2 separate rounds or just the one round?
I've got 5 wounds for a total of 13 points of damage.
Okay.
I got clawed twice, and I got claw bitten.
Well,
Does that sound right,
Robert,
Rob?
did were any of those claws less than 2 points of damage?
One claw and one bite was only a single point.
Okay, so you could apply 5 bandages and get, I think,
8 points.
eight. Yeah, 8 points back. I'm using one of my bandages, which takes me down to 5.
You see Tyrella start working on her own bandages, and she also ends up doing an incantation for a cure light wound on top of that because she took some pretty big hits.
Yeah, she did.
Mm-hmm.
I was waiting for her to get chomped in half, and then it's like, oh man, who's going to step up and be number 2 of the guild?
As she's doing it, she notices the looks of concerns on the party members. She's like, maybe being an administrator won't be such a bad thing after all. she chuckles like weakly. Brungal, good to see you. Welcome. But yeah, no, she's obviously in some discomfort. All right.
Yeah. And then fast forward through gutting everything and getting the treasure and
Yeah.
washing the blood off of us and setting up the new camp and setting snares and setting a watch.
Give me your watch order.
Well, I know the wizard and the illusionist need a full 8 hours of sleep.
Yeah, I'm happy to
Unfortunately,
take-
they're the ones who can see well at night. So I'll let one of them take first watch, and then I'll wake up and keep watch in the middle of the night. Even though I can't see in the darkness, I'll at least be alert. And then Thorn, do you want to follow me?
It's fine.
Okay.
I would like to attempt to set a snare
Okay.
along whatever kind of pathway we trampled into where we're camping. Seems like
Sure.
a logical place to drop a snare. I gotta make some kind of a check here.
And I don't know when Tritherian's clerics pray for spells, so that might impact where Tyrella wants to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
So I just need to make a successful traps check. That's a wisdom roll for me.
She's like, I'll take the early dawn watch.
Okay. Actually, yeah, okay. I was about to say she might want to take a watch with the other two, because that way at least somebody with armor and weapons is there to respond.
There's truth
Yeah.
to that.
To allow us to rememorize our spells and keep an eye in the dusk.
Okay. That works.
Yep.
So, during the first watch goes quietly. There's a lot of sounds happening, though they mostly sound far away, in the immediate vicinity. During the second watch, there is it's hard to tell with the way sounds echo in the vastness of and the thickness of the swamp flora. But you hear what sounds like almost like a clicking sound, and then answered, and possibly a chirping as well. Whoever's awake during that watch.
Is that me?
I believe it is.
Okay.
You after that you hear a much higher pitched, almost like avian shriek, and give me a wisdom check.
All right. This is not a prime, so praying for a good number. Nat 20.
Get out. Right on.
I don't know if you guys. I'm using Foundry, and it did the whole fanfare with all sorts of crazy nonsense. So pretty happy with that.
You hear those clicking and the lower pitched chirping, and it's coming rapid, like sounds like it's rapid fire, which is kind of ironic because you're pretty sure that you smell smoke. Maybe coming from a little bit to the northwest.
I kind of go around and quietly wake people up and say, you don't have to get up, but be aware. I smell smoke and I'm hearing all these sounds. So, if nothing happens in the next couple of minutes, you can probably go back to sleep, but you might want to make sure that you've got something at the handy.
Yeah.
And then I'll just move around and wake everybody up for that. Sorry, like I said, I don't want to really disturb the spellcaster's rest, but if they can continue to rest, then it won't interrupt their thing. So they can, as long as they don't have to get up and go melee things, they should be okay. And then I'll just keep an eye out. I know it's dark.
Okay. The smell of smoke persists, and then it persists for a bit, and then finally dies down.
Can I figure out what direction it was from?
Definitely the northwest. The chirping and clicking sounds go away. You hear the sound of creatures possibly moving through the brush, or just really honestly getting away from whatever it was that happened.
Okay.
Other than that, the rest of the night goes smoothly.
Okay. And when the sounds die down, I will go around and just tell people, go back to sleep, go back to sleep, go back to sleep. And then eventually I'll wake up my replacement and move on.
Okay.
Knock out a couple sets of push-ups and sit-ups, as I am wont to do, and then turn in.
All right. The morning comes, and yeah, you are able to start making your way if you wish.
Is the northwest the direction we're heading?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, I remind everybody this is the direction that I heard smoke or smelled smoke from last night.
Maybe I should scout ahead and see if there's any tracks left behind by anyone who may have been out there.
Okay, go ahead, but don't go too far ahead.
Yeah, I'll just go.
Because I don't want you surrounded by a bunch of babblers.
6-7 miles or so. Just
okay.
Oh, I thought you meant like 20, 30 feet.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I was being silly.
Okay. I was like,
6-7
it's
miles.
nice knowing you, man.
Yes!
I know Rob's over here like, yes.
Party time. All right. So, you're heading in that direction, and the rest of you, now that it's been mentioned to you, the smell of smoke is much more muted. There's also the kind of smell of something in particular having been burnt, and it's not exactly the most pleasant smell.
Does it smell like meat or like wood?
Meat, but meat. There's almost there's a foulness to the odor. It's not appetizing. Give me give me a wisdom check. Oh, you're doing actually. Hold on a second, Thorn. You're doing some type of tracking.
Yeah, I'm trying to just do a little tracking.
Give me a tracking look.
Let's see. Plus level, plus mod. That's a 15.
15. You pick up the trail of some of those clawed talon-like footprints. Not the ones from the babblers, but the other ones that you were having a hard time identifying. And at least one of them was going in this direction.
Yeah, I'll point that out and show everybody what I found. We should be absolutely on our guard. And I'll unsheath my bastard sword. Make our way.
All right. After another 120 feet or so of going, going through the between the trees and through the little puddles and such, you come across a carcass. It is still smoldering. The creature that is smoldering is kind of large. Let me see how large is this actual thing. Reptilian in nature, but it looks like it was bipedal. Elongated snout, and very vicious teeth, and a long tail. The thing appears to have been set on fire.
File alive?
Yes.
Like not cooked.
Okay. I wanted to make sure we're not talking about like spitted.
Like roasted.
We're talking
yeah.
about
Nope.
like something burned this thing while it was alive.
Yeah.
It's
causing it to be dead.
you figure, looking at the creature, you figure it would have been, head to tail, from tip of head to the end of its tail, it would have been longer. But you figure with the way its claws are, it looks like it would have been maybe 5 feet when it was standing on its back legs. Yeah, it you don't recall having seen creatures of this type before.
I don't know whether to be more nervous about the size of this creature or the fact that
whatever
something
burned it.
roasted it alive.
It looks like and you can tell this thing has the elongated head holds a couple of rows of very large, sharp teeth. You're not entirely sure this thing would have been able to have used its its claw-like talon or hands, whatever, to actually attack. But its bite would have been. You're pretty sure this bite would have been something serious.
Does the area it's in look like there was an explosion, or does it look like this thing itself caught on fire? Like, is there
Give me a.
a cone of fire? Is there a radius of fire in the vegetation, or is it this thing itself was set ablaze by
Like a
just,
trail of fire.
yeah.
This, something. Give me whichever one is better for you. Give me an intelligence check or a wisdom check.
I'm going to give you an int check
All right.
because that's a prime. And
Like a trail
I
of fire
rolled
off the
really,
ground.
really, really bad. I was too close to Thorn. I rolled a 3. So took me to a 7. So even as a prime, that's a big fail.
Thorn, why don't you give me
Wisdom?
wisdom is your
Yeah.
prime, right?
Sure.
Yes.
Oh, that's a 1. I was
rolled
too
a
close to Lagamundo. Yeah.
You're at ground zero for Thorn.
Yeah. Thorn 0.
The most you're able to tell is that the creature appears to have taken a couple of steps back in this direction. This isn't where it stopped, or this isn't where it stopped its forward progress on the route it was taking. This is where it stopped after being on fire.
Blaze, yeah. So it probably got fireballed or something.
I didn't hear an explosion in the night, but I did smell a blaze and heard a bunch of clicks and
We make
Sure.
out.
Did you say squawks or something like bird-like
chirps and
sounds?
chirps and clicks.
Yeah, something. This is gonna be a difficult one. I know it's not going to be prime for you, but give me an intellect check, Thorn.
Okay. That's a 15 on the die. I have no mod, so straight up 15.
But you do 15 on the die, which means it's a 20, or not 20.
Oh, I
18.
get my levels. Sorry,
Yes.
18. Just forget that. I gotta
You
remember that.
you remember reading or hearing stories of large lizards like this. Uh, most tend to be in the realm of being seen to be believed. These are appear to be a smaller variety. Though those tales also included stories of hunting tactics between them and the use of different sounds in order to coordinate.
Ah. So perhaps there was more than one, and this is just the one that didn't make it out. Or we may find other corpses as we make our way. It sounds like maybe a hunting group got burnt by something
Well,
nastier.
let's hope we don't run into a hunting group of these things, and if so,
Or
I'm glad at least one of them's dead.
or whatever burned them.
Unless that's a friend.
Unless they're an ally.
To be determined, yeah.
Whatever clicks or chirps or whatever was being communicated. Let's just keep our heads on swivels.
Agreed. Shall we continue?
On the bounce.
All right, let's make our way.
All right. Give me a wisdom check, Thorn. For whatever you're if you have a tracking bonus, add your
Yep.
tracking bonus.
13 if it's humanoid, 15
All right.
or giant.
You, as you're going forward, you find the spot where the thing turned around, and you notice as you find that spot, you notice that there's also some markings of fire here as well. And that is when you hear a shriek, maybe maybe some 20 feet away. Not entirely clear where it's coming from. It sounds like it might be up in one of the trees. Lagamundo, you hear that shriek and you know that's what you heard last night.
All right. I look, what is it? Like
Not-
wherever that sound is, can I make it out?
You know the direction. It right now at the moment. There's you catch slight glimpse of white feathers and what looks to be a tail following behind it, a feathered tail with a red tip. But you're not getting a full glimpse.
Hmm. There in the trees, I say, and point towards it. Not sure what it is. White feathers.
How big is it?
This thing.
And does it wield fire?
You're not smelling any fire at the moment.
At the moment.
Come down if you are friend. I speak in the common tongue.
Hey, Rob, while this is going on, do we have any, or does maybe Thorn has any sense with regards to how close we are to the destination of the temple?
You feel like you're maybe an hour, maybe two away from the temple,
Still
or
pretty-
actually not from the temple, from the camp that you're aware of, which is also not far from the temple itself.
Okay, so we're still pretty far away from where we're.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is probably unlikely to be the same creature that potentially took down the party.
Potentially, though it does occur to you that the other creatures, the ones that where one of them is burnt and the others are not. So you get a look at the tail, and the tail feather, what appear to be feathers at first, are more just like white scales. The tail itself looks lizard-like. This thing definitely, its lower body is feathered, and you see its basically its hooked talons hanging onto the branch of a tree. White feathers going further up. Wings that don't look large enough to allow it to fly. And it's shrieking at you.
Can we
Didn't they
take
say there was a
move
flying
on?
creature?
Hmm?
Didn't they say they told us there was a danger of flying creatures? Creatures that fly. Someone told us that. Was it the villagers?
They did. You were warned of something that flying to give to. This thing does not look large enough. This creature is actually not all that large. It's just, and as it peers its face out from behind some of the foliage on the tree, you see the what looks to be the head of a chicken on a reptilian neck.
Yuck.
Yeah, I know what that is. Thorn probably doesn't.
Let's roll for initiative.
I'm not sure I like Rob anymore, but you know.
You hear what do you call it? Tyrella next to say, "Oh hell." 10. So, the creature is shrieking and looks at the 5 of you, and I'm going to roll 10-sided die to find out which one of you lovely people
Not it.
it goes to first. So 1, 2 is going to be Tyrella, 3, 4 will be Gellig, 5, 6 is Lagamundo, 7, 8 is Thorn, 9, 10 is Sal. Gellig!
It's your lucky day.
No, not Gellig.
Gellig,
Yes.
the creature looks at you, and suddenly your clothing and you burst on fire.
Oh,
Ah,
wait, what? Seems crappy.
Take 5 points of damage.
as I pat myself down, or is it just like burn my bathrobe and I'm sitting there with nothing on?
Basically, you're going to have the basically your turn is going to be well, unless you decide to do something else, will be trying to douse the flames.
Got it.
9, or actually anyone else on 10? No. 9, 8.
8. Gellig is stopping and rolling in the foliage.
All right. And yeah, thankfully the ground is still kind of wet. Despite the fact the fire has apparently been used here before, and you are able to get the flames to go out. 7, 6.
I'm on 6. Damn. That was a bad time to ditch my bow. I'm going to hurl my hand at it's 20 feet away
Yes.
in the trees. I'm going to hurl my hand axe at it, my magical hand axe.
All right.
So it's a ranged attack. Nat 20.
Nice.
Ta-da.
Sparkle.
What do you do for 20s in this game?
Max damage, and then reroll your die for additional damage.
All right. So it's Jesus, and I rolled a 6 for the damage too. So it's actually doubled 18.
The hand axe hits it. Pretty much severs one of its wings. Just goes right through the wing. The thing crashes to the ground. It loses its grip on the branch and basically crashes to the ground.
That's good.
That was on 6?
Yeah, that was on 6.
5.
Well done, Lagamundo.
4.
I don't have a bow or anything, so I had to ditch it.
On 4, Tyrella is like, Tritherion, give me strength. And she throws her spear at it. That's a second nat 20 for you.
Nice.
Yeah,
You
right
are,
on. I
you are-
like it.
you are all lucky.
Tyrion is hearing her crawl.
And she ends up pinning its other wing to the ground. So that was 4, 3.
Sal's got 3.
All right.
He'll do magic missile against it. It's a little better. That's better. 10 points. 4 and a 4.
This poor thing never had, between 2 natural 20s and then the magic missiles, this thing never had a chance. It got basically just taken out by in anger by a group that apparently has had quite enough. And yeah, the bolts slam into it. It thrashes a bit, and between the damage it's taking, it just ends up causing extra damage to itself, and it falls to the ground dead.
Do not light our gnome on fire.
Was that a pyrolisk?
That was a pyrolisk.
I remember reading about them, but I never think of using these things. I literally thought it was a cockatrice, and
That's
then
what
I
I
was
thought
like,
it was,
wait,
a little
what's
little
going
baby.
on here? And then I'm like, why does pyrolisk sound familiar? Oh, geez.
That's what I thought we had as a little youth cockatrice.
Foundry has vomited up some goodness to me recently, so I know I'm in for some foulness because I know how Foundry's random number generator
Oh man,
works.
that was yeah,
Oh,
that was like
geez.
Never light our gnome on fire.
Gnome.
Did you take damage?
Smoked.
Yes,
gnome.
I did.
How much?
5 points.
You should at least bandage 2 of those back. And put some salves on.
That would be nice.
Sal brand
well,
salves.
the salve is part of the bandage.
That's right.
Yeah, just a reminder. Yeah, you can't just make bandages out of any cloth because
Gotta have
the bandages actually include the salve.
have to have the Neospore.
Is it 1 to 2 points?
We just do straight up 2 points.
2 points.
Oh,
So
yeah.
2 bandages.
Oh, no, you can
you
only
can-
bandage a
per
wound
bandage.
once.
Yeah,
Once. Okay,
2
so 2
points
points
per
back.
bandage. Yep.
2
Okay.
points back.
Oh, 2
Um,
points
Tracy.
total.
Yes.
Got it.
Is there? I have, no matter where that hand axe is, I gotta go crawl and find it, even if I have to go up in the tree. So,
Yeah.
because
Because of the
go
fact that it went
recover
through the cockatrice, not cockatrice, the pyrolisk. The hand axe actually didn't go much further.
Okay, good. Yeah, when I got the halberd, I had to ditch my bow because it's just too much weight for a monk to run around with. So
All right.
I'm glad that my hand axe was able to be useful. Any treasure nearby in the tree or what have you while I'm gathering my hand axe?
So you find only 18 gold in coin.
Okay.
However, you do find a bunch of things that this thing has apparently found and created for its nest. Included is a pewter goblet worth 7 gold pieces.
Okay, hold on. 18 gold pieces, pewter goblet worth what?
7 gold pieces. By the way,
Okay.
I am so happy the treasure generator is back.
Yeah.
A miniature figurine worth 750 gold pieces,
Oh,
Ooh.
touchdown.
and
Nice.
the piece de resistance, a choker worth 1,250 gold pieces, made of silver with various gemstones inlaid.
So the choker was worth 1,500?
1250.
Well, for-
1,250. Thank you.
Yep.
Dale, have you been tracking
Wow.
all the
Oh, yeah.
treasures?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was expecting no,
That's a
but I've been
dragon horde.
rewarded twice.
It's a dragon horde.
All right,
There you go.
we'll take it. I will stash these things into a bag and bring down and show everyone the treasures that we found in the pyrolisk nest.
Touch of Evil, thank you for entering the giveaway. Just a reminder, folks, I'm not sure if we're in commercial break at the moment because I'm not
We're
sure.
not. We're back.
Okay. Just a reminder, we do have a Trollord Games giveaway. $10 coupon for a any digital product from the Trollord Games towards any digital product from the Trollord Games site. Exclamation point ticket to enter. Your odds of winning right now are really, really good. And my players, you are eligible,
Goodness.
so please do take advantage.
Awesome.
All right.
Love me some TLG.
Yes.
All right. We gather up our treasures, bandage up our gnome, and move along towards our destination. And at least we understand the mystery of the burnt beast.
Yeah.
Boy, I bet that beast was a lot bigger than the Pyralisk, wasn't it?
Yeah, because
But
you're.
when you can sit in the tree and set things on fire, that's, yeah.
But by the way, if you had decided to go wandering through the night, you would have met up with the beast instead of the Pyralisk. And I will tell you right now, the beasts were bone snappers.
Oh, yuck.
Oof.
Sounds
Good,
nice.
good job, everyone.
All right, so you continue making your way, and sure enough, after about an hour and a half or so, you find yourselves on the edge of the camp. This is not where the temple is, but there's signs of hastily constructed buildings used for the expedition campsite. It almost to the point of almost being a very hastily constructed village. And let's see, let me get to the screen.
Is there any sign of people about?
No. You note that some of the structures, including the docks, the small dock to your left, look to have been destroyed. There are signs of blood streaks in various spots. You do note that there is a building off across the little bridge and off to the left that has that same boarded up look as the we call it as the you saw in Palace.
No, Pellis. Similar scene.
But this place looks like it has been thoroughly destroyed. Other than that one building.
Should we have a look around?
Oh, yeah, let's. I'll let you take the lead. I'll
Okay.
keep an eye out
I'm
for
gonna look for
movement,
signs of
but
struggle, tracks, fire, all the above, everything we've encountered so far. See what we see here.
As you make your way through the village, you hear Tyrella constantly muttering prayers, and you're pretty sure they're prayers for the dead. There is a sadness in her eyes there because you can tell that the people who were here met pretty gruesome deaths. There are almost no signs of remains, just blood, maybe bits of hair here, a bone fragment there, if that. And again, just the one structure to your left that seems to be mostly intact.
Well, should we go have a look at this structure over here? It's the only thing that remains. Have I found any tracks or footprints? Any way we can maybe determine the cause of the destruction?
Give me a wisdom roll and let me know how long you want to spend on it.
I think I should probably spend a little bit of time, maybe a half an hour, giving this a good look
Okay.
Mhm.
to determine what happened, since this was the purpose of our trip.
Yeah, definitely.
Ah, good God. A
And we may
6.
be spending the night here before we go back. So we have
Rolled a
to
6,
spend
right?
less.
Any of these structures look like they've been boarded up? Did you guys ask that yet?
The
Like the
one to the
fishing
left,
village?
the one to the left looks like it might have been boarded up. Looks like it's been boarded up. The one to your right looks like they were in the process of boarding it up, but whatever was attacking got through. There is a gaping hole in the side of the building, and there are pieces of timber that look like it might have been nailed to the structure at one point that have been torn off. Gashed claw marks. Yeah. Thorn, give me that. Give me that. That tracking check.
Well, I rolled a 6 total with mods.
Okay. The one thing that you can tell, I will let you know that you do see evidence of the bone snappers having been here.
Okay.
There's been other stuff here. This place has been through a number of creatures that some don't even. At least one of them does not appear to have walked here. You see claw marks that you can't identify, but there's no evidence of it having walked in or out of the camp. It looks, your best
Probably
guess is it
landed.
landed here.
Yeah.
And whatever it was pretty
that
big.
Large? Okay.
Is there fire anywhere?
Yeah, I'll point those out to the group.
Let me double check on that.
I'm just wondering if it was more pyralisks.
Well, he said the claws were really big.
Bone snapper.
We're the bone snappers, yeah.
Bone snapper.
No. Give me a wisdom check, Legamunda.
I don't really like hanging out in the marshes, guys.
Nasty in here.
I rolled a 15 and you add my level, that gets us to 18 non-prime. If it's an easy one, I made it.
All right. On one of the buildings, you find what look to be four spikes, but they almost look like bone spikes that are basically put into the building side and in a quasi neat pattern. They're all in close proximity.
Bone spikes, as in spikes that were placed there, some sort of magical effect,
Spikes that look like they were launched
or
in,
like something that
so, something
some,
launched into the side of the building.
Think like tail
okay,
spikes or something.
but they're made out of bone, right?
They look like they look sort of bony. You're having a hard time identifying them.
And is that in the one building that's still standing or that's not been destroyed?
No, this is in one of the other buildings.
Okay. Do they look like they were projected with much force, or are they like embedded in the wood of the building?
They look like they were projected with much force.
Do they look like they were fired as a bunch or fired individually? Like, are they all
They look
together, or are they all
they
over the place?
they look like they were launched as a bunch.
Maybe Manticore.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Okay.
We should go check that building. If there's survivors,
Let's check the
they
building.
might be able to tell us more.
All right, you go over to the building, and the first thing that assaults you as you get there is the smell.
Uh,
It's not a smell of death. It's the smell of basically human waste. The smell of people who have been afraid to leave the structure. It's not clear whether or not anyone, you know, not having tried to get in yet or thing. It's not clear whether anyone's alive in there, but you can smell just the smell of urine and feces as you get even close. Whoever was in there has been in there for a long time.
Hello, the hut. Is anyone in there? We are friends.
What?
We
What?
were sent to rescue you.
No! No! Get away from this place! It's cursed! It's cursed! Everyone, you're gonna die!
Well, be that as it may, we were sent to rescue you. Do you wish to remain here? That seems unwise.
No, no.
Who are you? Were you with the expedition?
Yeah, I think we're all that's left. Some are too weak. Could you take the door down? We can't. We no longer have the strength to free ourselves.
Um, I'll help,
Yeah, we'll go
open the door.
try to peel the door off.
Hopefully it's not hammered down too tightly or something.
And you find inside there are 4 remaining members of the expedition. As it turns out, you also see a spot where a hole was dug in the ground. Actually, more than one hole as you get a better look. And you realize that there was at least 2 other members who died and they buried here. They appear not to have had any food or water for, well, no food for days. Water, maybe slightly less.
I will share
I've
with
got
them.
rations. Yeah,
We'll share with
absolutely.
them our rations.
Thank you.
Not too much now. Not too much now.
And they wander out and they're blinded by, one of them like Adam puts his hand over his eyes and starts to look up. It's like, it's not here, is it?
What exactly
What is it?
did you see?
Giant, large wings, a lion's face, the spikes. We thought we were okay when the lizards ran from it, but it took out even more of us, and it just carried people away.
Do you have any bows?
Uh, we have one. The rest. Oh gods! The dig site. We have not seen or heard from them. They must be dead. That gem, that cursed gem. They should have put it back. They should have destroyed it. Oh gods, what have we
gem?
done?
Calm down.
What gem?
Tell us what happened.
We found a destroyed tower. At first we thought it looked, the ornate nature of it looked like a temple, but it was a tower, and there was one room that seemed to, during the dig, we were able to get into, and they recovered a gem. Shortly after, all the wildlife went uh, all the normal wildlife went, and just creatures of evil and death. They just all descended upon this place. I don't understand. He is thoroughly traumatized.
So you uncovered a gem in this tower, and having done so, the wildlife went bananas and all sorts of monsters came out.
It you have to understand the gem. It was huge. We had never seen the like, and
Where is it now?
it must still be at the dig site.
Where did you pull it out of? Was it in a container? Was it in a statue? Was it in some sort of setting?
I think it was a container. I did not see it, but they did not notice it at first, so it must have been contained in something. We were only ever able to get to one room. The much of the structure had been destroyed.
Who was in charge at the dig? Relax. Here, have some more water.
He
Calm down. I understand you've been through a lot. Calmly tell us so that we can go to this site. You can either stay here and we'll close the door back up, or you can come with us.
You see Tyrello walks over and puts a hand on his shoulder and says a short prayer, and there's the traumatized look softens a bit. It's not gone, but it's almost like the edge has been slightly taken off of it. And he's like, Howard. Howard was the dig master. He was the expedition master. He would have been at the dig site. He would not have left if there was any chance of further findings. I have not seen Howard since since the attacks began.
So there may be people still at the site.
Okay. Well, we're going to leave them with a little bit of food and some water, and we must get onto the site. You can bear with us to give us leave to go investigate and try to save your friends as well. Or you can come with us, although that could be risky.
You stay, we should board you back in.
We will not leave you if we survive.
We'll
I
come back for you.
I I and he looks utterly lost. He goes because he's not sure whether he has none of them appear to have the strength to go to the dig site. He is able to give you directions, and
Okay.
it turns out it's only about 20-minute walk.
Okay.
But
Well, we'll
they're
give them some food and water, and maybe they can recover a bit of their strength.
okay.
We'll seal them back in.
You see that they all take a quick moment to go wash up a bit before going back in, and they close the door. It's clear that they're not going to be able to. They don't shut themselves in. They close the door, but they do not, like, you don't hear any sounds of banging or anything. They don't want. They've come to the conclusion that if you don't come back, they're going to make a run for it.
Okay. Well, we'll keep an eye on the sky at this point. If we weren't worried about the air before with pyralisks flying around, now we're certainly aware that we could have dive
Sounds
bombers out there.
Serious.
Right.
How many of these lion flying creatures were there?
We only ever saw the one. If there is another one, we are not aware of it. hold on a second. I need to know whether I made the last token that I need.
You don't need
Need more.
that
We're
token.
gonna need more.
This isn't the token you're looking for.
That's right. Yeah.
We can just
They're not the
theater of the
tokens you're
mind
looking
this
for.
stuff.
Yeah.
Is that the Jedi mind trick there? This is not the token you are looking for.
Right?
You're right. That's not the token I was looking for. This is the token I'm looking for.
No. Okay. To be honest, I was afraid of a dragon all this time with the fire and all that other stuff. And then after the Pyralisk was revealed, I was like, oh, we're safe from the air. No.
No.
Okay. All right. So they give us the directions to the dig, and it's about a 20-minute walk away. We want to stay under the canopy of trees as much as possible.
So that's
All right.
Thorn, you pick us the best path. I'll follow, but
okay.
my eyes are semi-upward, so I hope I don't
Okay.
step in a punji pit or something.
Right. I'll lead the group so that we may traverse the ground safely while they keep their eyes to the sky. This
All
is
right. Hold on a second. Yay.
The person talking, was it a male or a female?
Male. Name's
And
Adam.
Adam. And what did Adam look like? I'm going to get a good look at him.
Adam, his hair, you estimate it's probably, normally he's kind of tall, very, very thin, but it's clear that he hasn't really eaten at all in days and probably hasn't eaten well in, over a week.
Okay. I'm going to try to affix Adam's image in my mind in case I have to disguise myself. If they're similarly crazy, they might not attack one of their own.
Okay.
I have that ring of chameleon power now. I don't know that I will need it, but I would like to have something that I could put a face to that might not attract fear. These guys, if the other group's similarly traumatized, a friendly face might put them at ease.
All right. So, any other preparations you make before you head to the site?
nope. None for me.
All right. In that case, I need to do.
So they only found one real room, so it's not like we need directions through some sort of labyrinth. So that's good.
And there we go. And just getting the last map out.
The last map. That sounds ominous.
Dun dun dun.
Last map.
Wow.
Why is it suddenly deciding to bring these out as though they're locked? Oh, that's annoying. All right. All right. Let me take a look, see what that looks like on the preview. I'm being very good about not hitting stop recording or stop streaming. All right. Excellent.
We're off to find the wonderful Howard Digmaster. All right.
Okay. So you start making your way in the direction that using the directions that Adam had given you, and even before you get to the even before you get to the clearing that you can see up ahead, there are signs that point you to the very unlikelihood of survivors. There is one body that appears to have been flung against one of the trees so hard that it got impaled on one of the broken branches. There is another body that has been looks to have been cut in two
Oof.
by vicious teeth, and you find yourself coming to a clearing, and the final scenes of the massacre are pretty clear to you. There are bodies that all there are another six bodies lying about
Ugh.
the lying about the place, and I will bring you to that map. I don't have tokens for bodies. That's one thing I really need to work on. But lying about the pool of what looks to be a central pool, you note that even from here, you can tell that there is something glowing down in the pool. It looks like it may be deeper than you think. And you also see what appear to be shimmering bits of rock. There's bits of rock about that do not look natural lying about the shore, possibly taken from whatever structure is down there.
Hmm.
Right. He didn't they say Warrens had sunk the tower
Yes.
into the mist marsh?
Mm-hmm. The
Okay,
Gnatmarsh.
so this is the Gnatmarsh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It's
Got
all
I was
my
right.
thinking this is the one.
marshes all messed up.
Listen, I'm just proud of myself the fact that I've been able to keep it straight because the urge to say Miss Marsh has been strong.
Yeah, I've had two games where we're in the mist marsh, so you say marsh and I always want to throw mist in with it. Okay. Some unnatural rock. Something glows deep in the pool and some unnatural rock is around the edges of the pool.
Yeah, you can tell. It doesn't take much to tell that this is not part of the. I mean, when I say not natural, it's not standard rock. It looks like it's you builder stones.
Okay, so this is where Warren Starcoat sank Weird's tower.
This is
What do you
fine.
suppose?
Everything is fine.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
Is this like in a clearing? What's the tree canopy? I think I'm going to kind of assess the potential battlefield, if you will.
Right behind you, I have you moved out into the thing, but you can still be in the tree line. Right now, other than the glow and the sense that it's not clear exactly how much deep the pool is, um, it seems quiet at the moment.
Hey, Asher, did anyone take the potion of woe? I think wasn't it water breathing or I can't remember from our list.
I
Uh,
didn't write it down, so if somebody did take it, it wasn't me. I felt greedy already taking the Ring of Chameleon Power and the +3 Trident.
I didn't take it, and so I don't know if anyone has that ability, but he Sal's gonna
Okay,
Sal's
go
gonna
ahead, Sal.
detect magic in kind of a zone across the lake to be able to see in the region of where that glow is coming from.
Oh, there's definitely magic in the lake.
Is the whole thing lighting up, or is it just that one beacon that's glowing?
The one beacon is glowing brightly enough that it's not clear. It's not clear what whether there's anything below it.
I wonder if that's the gem that's glowing.
Is there a way to tell, like, from how deep it is, or no, using the spell?
No, not really. Because
Are you able to tell what type of magic you're seeing there? Like
Uh,
what school of magic?
I don't think it allows for that.
in 5e it does, but I don't think it does in
I, I,
Okay.
I don't know that
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
CNC bothered much with schools of magic
Yeah, they really didn't.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Fair enough.
because they do in most other versions, but yeah. So is this the dig site?
That was my question going to be.
Yes, this is definitely the dig site.
Do we see any tools or evidence of, like this is where they stacked the things and this is where is there a table somewhere that somebody has erected with like
Okay,
charts or anything?
I got the question. Are you doing this observation from where you are, or are you moving about the place?
I'm looking to see if I can find a site, and then if I find a site that matches kind of, a command center or a central location, I'm going to try to use the trees to move closer while keeping a canopy above my head. But if it's wide out in the open, then I don't know. I don't know if I want to risk it.
You see on the northwest side, basically the opposite side of the pool, what looks to be ruined structures that potentially could have been where they were bringing stuff up or stacking things that they might have found. But
That's where we're going to find like the ropes and all the any sort of tools or implements they had for working with things underwater.
mhm.
And there's no good way to get there from here. So because we're all huddled under the undergrowth in the corner here, right? So uh we could work our way around as far as about opposite from where we are, but that's about the closest we can get without exposing ourselves. What about to the north? Can we stay undercover and move around to the north side of the lake?
Sure.
Because that'll get us a lot
Just keep an eye
closer.
up. Keep an eye up in case we get.
Oh yeah,
'Cause we got to
absolutely.
deal with the water, the trees, and the air right now.
I'm not. I'm putting you. I'm
But
going to put you like right next to the water, just because there's not a lot of space on this map.
yeah, were the structures more by that stone section over there, or were
Yeah,
they okay?
basically between the stone structure. Part of it was on the stone structure, and
Okay,
part of
so we
it
want to
was
get under
in
that
the
big
space
tree up
between.
there. So we want to get under that big tree up there in the north, the one
And
that's yeah.
Rob, the squares are 5 feet.
Yes.
Okay, so I guess 25. Am I close enough to be able to use kind of within 25 feet to be able to cast a mage hand to be able to go down to into the water, or probably not?
Um. Let me take a look at Mage Hand. Oh, let's see what we
What's
can
the
do with this.
range on mage hand?
You need to get closer. I will escort you out, and I will protect you while you work your magic.
Or he could turn invisible and do it.
Ooh.
I can turn you invisible.
I knew somebody had
I like
invisibility,
that plan better.
Okay, you
Yes.
but
basically the Mage Hand can only be 25 feet from you max at any given time.
So if I went up to the edge of the water invisibly, would I have enough kind of reach to be able to get where the glow is?
You're not going to know until you get there?
Would you turn visible though once you cast Mage Hand?
No,
Well,
Not an offensive spell.
not an
No.
offensive spell.
Yeah.
It could be offensive, but not offensive.
Not offensive.
um, I'm trying to oh, and I wonder if there's anything, is there anything long also that we have that we could probe into the water that
The
my mate
halberd.
could actually, well, I don't want to take his halberd to do that, but
Yeah, you're not taking my Howard.
somewhat
Yeah, do that.
something fifth, like a long, like something that we could go in and grab it with if we were able to get it.
Well, if you picked it up with a mage hand, here's the trick is we almost need to go underwater to find out where they got it from.
Ooh, that's not a bad idea. Could I go invisible into the water? I guess I could, but then you might as well just go in and grab it instead of using the hand.
Yeah.
Unless you
Or
don't want to touch it.
That's true.
is there anybody here who's really good at swimming? Any aquatic elves in your family tree there, Sal?
No, he's not bogged down by shields and armor. So I guess that's a Benny that, swimming with plate mail is probably not gonna work, but so he definitely doesn't have that.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'm not set up to be an underwater character, but I don't imagine any of us are.
no, and I'm thinking I don't have any other spells that could potentially help out besides Mage Hand. Um,
I have a sneaking suspicion that what we're going to need to do is going to require us to kill whatever is in the sky so that we can work freely. Unless somebody wants to turn invisible and walk over there and investigate the site that we're near. Can we see anything from this site about what was left behind? Is there any, from under the trees here, is there anything in sight, Rob, that, looks like, somebody's journal or, anything that's like a clue that we might grab?
Maybe a covered workspace or anything. You're muted.
Rob, if you're talking, you're muted.
Yeah, I hate when I do that after I cough. You searching through the rubble. You actually do find a journal.
Oh, well, I'll hand it to Saul because he's probably the most learned of us. I read, but he's probably the most learned of us who to read a scholar's journal.
Sal will flip through it, opens it up. But at the same time, he's actually thinking about talking to Gellig about kind of going after it and getting into the water. He may actually, he'll read the journal quickly, go through it, but I think everyone knows what we need to do, so he may go forward with the plan. Anything on the journal, Rob?
So in the journal, you find the discussion of the journey here, the setting up of the base camp, the discovery of the pool, and the what appears to be the structure within, and how it is surprisingly not all that far down, though they he expressed, there's some expression of curiosity as to whether they were wrong into what they found. There's talk of going into the water and finding a way in and forcing a way into the structure, and discussions of how to do this without basically flooding and ruining any treasures within. There is mention of of what appears to be a hole in the walls of the pool, on one side, on the southeast side, which interesting enough is the side that you were just standing on. Uh,
Right.
File all
Not
over
clear whether it's natural. So far, no sign of any movement, though no one seems to be in any rush to go inside. They talk about the fact that they finally came to the conclusion that if this place has any holes in it whatsoever, it's already flooded. So they may just do what they can to get in. The finding of the gem in its case, the fact that the case itself seemed too difficult to bring out, it was almost as if it would refuse to leave the structure. The removal of the gem and the journal goes silent.
the drums. They're coming.
So from the journal, I'm able to determine that the case is inside the structure in the lake.
Yes.
So the structure's in the side of the.
No. The structure is in looks it may be directly in the lake itself, and if not centered, maybe just slightly off centered. It's the hole. There's the cave, some type of underwater cave on the southeast side of the pool.
And what was within that cave?
No one
Was
knows.
that mentioned? Okay.
They mentioned
So,
specifically that they did not go. It was like they didn't want to tempt fate. Nothing was coming out. They didn't touch it.
okay. So the structure was down in the water,
Yes.
and there was, they went in from the top, they went in from the side.
They went in. They went in from basically. They're not sure whether it ended up being the side because they're not clear on what was up or what was down for the structure. Just that there's a man-made structure in this pool.
Okay.
This was
And
the site of some temple, Lagamunda.
This was the tower, we think.
we think
the
this
wizard
was
The tower.
Frank's
Yeah,
tower.
the way the journal reads, they initially thought it was a temple, but the later reading, he professes to not be sure anymore as to what it is they found.
And
Well,
there's no sign of
I don't have any water breathing mechanism, but I can either make myself invisible and go down. I'm not carrying a ton, or make somebody else invisible. I mean,
I'd
I'm
be
not going
happy
to
to swim
volunteer
down there.
anybody.
Yeah, I'd be happy to swim down there and see if we can't grab the gem or the case, whatever it's in. It said it's not
So,
that far down.
so let's make a plan. Do we want to find the gem, return it to the case, and close it to hopefully return the Gnatmarsh to the previously peaceful state? Or do we want to try to get the gem and pull it out and try to destroy it? Or do we want to do something else? Or do we want to try to lure what's the death in the air and try to fight it and then tackle what's underneath later?
I would say get the gem and put it in the box.
Okay.
What's in the box?
We know
That's
what's
what the
in the
gem came
box. Nothing.
The gem came out of the case. We were saying
we
return
see-
it to
Right.
the case.
Do we see a glowing spot in the water that looks like that
You-
might be where the gem is?
Somebody goes and peeks into the water.
Well, we saw something glowing.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the glowing, and it does seem a bit brighter from this side.
I'm going to use the bonus granted by my Ring of Chameleon to slowly peek into, slowly leave cover to get to the edge and look underwater to see if it's a very specific site that the glowing is coming from, or whether like the whole site's lit up below. Because it might be some sort of light source or sources that they, like continual flame that they put underwater.
As you move closer, slowly move closer, and you look in the water, you realize that the water is actually not all that deep. There, and you can make out what might be the side of a building,
Okay.
as if it was turned over on its side or destroyed, toppled over as it was going down into the water. There is a sizable hole. And when I say sizable, easy enough for a human
Okay.
to get through. On just to the side of that hole is glowing the largest gem that you have ever seen.
Okay. So I
It
see the
yeah.
gem. What's the size of it from?
It, it looks like it's the size of a melon.
Oh, good Lord.
And from here, you're not clear whether it's the effect of it being underwater or not. It almost has like a swirling turquoise look to it.
This is fun.
I love it already.
Is there
Turquoise in color, not turquoise the gem.
is there an open box or case or
Not that you're seeing.
But we do see,
Oh,
but
by
I
the way,
do see
and
a
you can
hole
all
into into the structure, right?
yes. Oh, and on the far side of the structure, you can see where it looks like it slants downward, where the structure tails off a bit, and you can see the cave that they were talking about in the southeast corner of the pool underwater. And it's a pretty large cave mouth anyway, but it goes straight into darkness.
How many invisible spells do you have? Just one?
Just one.
Okay. And it can affect how many people, creatures? Just one?
Just one.
Okay. Um, I don't know. I mean, I would either say we make someone, and I'm happy to have it be Sal, go in and make him invisible. Don't touch the gem. Have him cast Mage Hand to carry the gem and be able to actually go in deeper to be able to find the hole where the box is to be able to put it in and close it. I just worry about touching the gem as to whether or not that's going.
Yeah.
yeah?
Whoever goes down should have some gloves on. And
Yeah,
if you've got better than leather armor, you've got some gloves. So
you're convinced that Mage Hand would, unless it's, despite the size of it, you're pretty convinced that Mage Hand would be able to lift the gem, as long as it's not unnaturally heavy.
Okay. And did Lagamundo, did he see the entrance into the structure at the
Yes,
same
yeah,
yeah,
I
the
did.
fixed
I,
wall.
I slowly, very slowly slink back
time?
under the canopy and tell you guys what I see. I'm like, there's a melon-sized gem down there. And there's a hole in the structure, and I think somebody could swim down there and pick it up and go put it back in. Uh, you probably want to be invisible to do that.
All right, a couple of things. First of all, Canadian Ancient Gamer, thank you so much for Patrick. Thank you so much for the subscription, and we have a raid from Emerald Collective. Thank you
Welcome,
so much,
Raiders.
Raiders. Welcome in. You are just in time for the basically, well, the final the finale of this.
For good or bad.
For better or for worse, the party is going to find their way to the end of this adventure
Oof.
in the coming minutes.
If you can make me invisible, I will wear a gauntlet and swim down there and see if I can't take the gem. Take a dagger
Okay.
in my other hand.
All right.
All right,
I'll
we
do
got
it.
shoes.
Well, may your God go with you.
Okay.
Good
All
luck.
Yeah,
right.
he'll wear his gold chain with the unicorn horn on it.
Try not to make a big splash when you go into the water. Just
No
take a big
cannonball.
dig deep breath and glide in and push with your feet.
I will do so as
I
instructed.
will. I'll make Thorn invisible. I'll cast invisibility and touch him.
Thorn, are you going to take off your armor first?
Now I am.
Yeah.
Not till I'm invisible. Thank you.
So Emerald Collective, thank you so much for both for the raid and for the 100 bits.
Yeah, thank you.
100 bits can give any one player or the friendly neighborhood castle keeper, just saying, a +1 bonus to a die roll. If you want to choose a player, go right ahead, or otherwise we'll do it at random.
You should give it to Thorn because he's about to go risk his neck.
I
Oh, he
li-
gives it to the castle keeper. Oh,
Oh man.
Oh, I think that's.
I
take
like
that
this.
thanks back.
This is great.
All right then. So yeah, so I'm invisible. I've got my gauntlet, my dagger, and I will carefully, quietly slink into the water.
Dagger in your teeth, like
Dagger
Jack
in my
Burton.
teeth. That's right. And I'm gonna swim to the glow of the gem,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'm gonna try to take it down into the structure.
I'm gonna
Oh,
keep
here's
my eye on the sky.
here's where I have decisions. But I had kind of made up my mind ahead of time that there was one way that this was going to work, and
Make it the least deathy way.
and there was one way you were going to get away with this, and you almost had the idea, but the gauntlet is not going to be enough.
It was the mage hand. Damn it.
It was the mage hand. Yes, it was.
Okay, lay it on me.
As you grab the gem in your gauntlet hand, you start bringing it in. Lagamundo, you see the gem glows brighter, Thorn, as you're bringing it in.
It's a good
And
sign.
we just went to an ad break.
It's a good sign.
Right, yeah, good timing. Just a reminder, please, if you have not already, join us for the raffle !point ticket. And as Thorn disappears with the gem inside, a large shadow comes out of the cave and starts crawling up the side of the building, from the side of the structure. And with that, I am going to place the final thing on the field.
Oh,
Holy yuck. What is that thing?
That is a
Thorn's Bane.
that is a 6-headed hydra.
Oh,
I feel like I would turn around at this point and swim another direction.
Yeah, Thorn. As you get the stone inside, and you look and you realize that a shadow has gone overhead while you're down there.
Oh, so I'm in. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Lovely. Yes, perfect. Nice timing on the. Yeah.
You able to find the box to put it in?
Well, we don't know yet. Maybe inconsequential at this point.
So, give me a Constitution check, Thorn.
Oh, okay. I know how to do that. That's not.
if you
prime.
don't soil yourself in the pond.
That's
Yeah,
probably
turd
for
comes
holding his
floating up.
breath,
Bloop, bloop,
or maybe it's gonna maybe the maybe the watermelon is gonna take him over.
Do I get my level as well?
Yes, you get your level as well.
So 13 and 3 is 16, and 1 for my mod is 17.
Oh, Thorn just got 500 bits from the Emerald Collective. Dave.
Thank you.
Thank you
Dave.
so much. Thank you so much, Thorn.
Is
Thank
that
you, thank
because
Or,
he's
I mean,
carrying
Dave,
a watermelon
Collective?
sized emerald gem?
And I think
Right.
Patrick also had given bits before. Thank you. Yes, Canadian Gamer. Thank you so much. Thorn,
Thank you, Dave.
was Was that a prime for you?
No.
So 17?
Yep.
You want to use your
You should
special to make it an
you
18?
should
I
use your
sure do.
special.
Yep.
Yes.
I sure do.
You fight the urge to exhale in a moment of panic as you see the large the large thing go overhead, and because for a moment you're the concern is that you're going to be trapped in here with no way to get out. But you manage to recover just in time to see it move even further forward, and the place is uncovered again. Thorn, you are like here
Yep.
behind it.
Yep. All right.
And here is where we roll initiative.
Oh,
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm gonna come to the surface and see the carnage and just kind of drip back down into the water.
Well, I got good news for y'all. I rolled a 1 on the Hydra's initiative.
Oh, I don't feel so bad for rolling a 2 then.
uh,
I was like, no, not a good roll for a 2. But I do have my halberd, so
by the way, for the purpose of the incoming raiders, this is my Ember of Empires campaign set in the world of Greyhawk. It is Castles and Crusades by Trollord Games. We do have a raffle going on for a $10 gift card towards any digital product from the Trollord Games website. So exclamation point ticket to enter, and yeah, we are the party is in some trouble right now. 10, 9.
I go at 9. I'd like to put the gem in the case if I see the case in there.
You're able to get the gem in the case, and I'm even going to allow you to give me a strength roll. Give me a
Close
strength
the
roll.
lid. That is a with level.
Yes.
Okay, that is a geez, math 13,
oh, and that's
and
prime because
that's a
you're a
prime.
ranger.
You
That's a prime.
you get to put the thing in a gem and slam it shut, and you're in a moment of concern, heroic push. You put your feet up against the thing and launch yourself back out of the entrance, coming up behind the creature.
Nice with my dagger.
All right. So that was 9.
Yeah. Can I also kill the creature since I came up behind it while I'm there? Just go ahead and
Uh,
dagger.
Sal's also a 9.
all right, Sal, go ahead.
So he's going to again use his rod of thunder and lightning, and he's going to go like heavy duty with the combined thunder and lightning once per week. He can do thunderclap, which I did before, plus a lightning stroke, and this does let's see, 5 foot lightning bolt, 96 electric damage, dex save half, and then also 2d6 thunderclap dex save half. The dex save's only one dex roll.
Oh, nice. It's in the water too.
Can I just ask, like, what's the range on the lightning and all that stuff?
Its range is that's a good, it's 20 feet.
Oh, perfect.
So that should hopefully, it looks like it will.
Yeah, it does not make it safe. So close. So close.
So 11d6.
Oh my God. Come on,
So
roll big. Roll big, Bob.
8, um,
None of this 2 1s like your like the magic missile.
18, 17, 18, 23, 26, 30, 32.
Nice. That's good damage.
Oh.
30. Ooh. Um. $32. Okay. 3 of the 6 heads slump uselessly. Thorn, give me an intelligence check. No, give me a wisdom. Give me a wisdom check. Let's go with wisdom. Thorn?
Sorry. Give me wisdom. That's 11.
That's with your bonus and your level?
Yep. That's my full shoot match.
All right. You vaguely remember something about killing the heads.
Wow.
Oh, by the
Okay.
way, I need you to roll a dex check for me.
Okay. This is a prime.
Actually,
That's
yes, I don't know if that's going to... yeah, give me a dex check.
That's a 17 on the die. With my mod is +1. With my level is 21.
All right. So you did 32 points of damage to the thing?
32.
Thorn, you're going to take 8 points of damage from the
Right.
residual lightning.
Yep.
Zzz.
Being in the water. Yep. Makes sense.
All right. So that was on 9.
Yep, 9.
8.
8. Gellig on the shoreline, just for preparation of God knows what, cast mirror image on himself.
I knew this was coming. I was waiting to see how long this was going to take.
And with 3 additional images of your favorite gnome illusionist.
Because what this party needed, it was more Gellig.
Yes. Now we've got
Never-
4
never
times.
enough.
We've got 4 times the Gellig
Never
now.
enough gnome.
Who are apparently now, circling. You said 3 additional Gelligs, so yeah, they're basically
Yeah.
circling Lagamundo.
I'll
4
help
Gellig.
you.
4.
I'll help you.
That was on 8, 7, 6, 5.
Has anyone not gone besides me and the creature?
On 5, Tyrella casts Aid on you.
Oh, okay.
So you've got
Ooh, that gives me bonus hit points too,
Okay.
doesn't it?
gives you bonus hit points. 8 bonus hit point or 1d8 bonus hit points.
Okay.
Let me see. Hold on a second. You get 6.
6, okay.
And +1 to hit, and I think it's +1 saves versus fear. Tyrella is an NPC. She is the party cleric because, unfortunately, our player party cleric had a last-minute real-life thing came up.
Had to go rescue his daughter, and we all appreciate that.
Yep.
Amen.
All right. In that case, you are on 2.
2. I'm on 2. I am going to take the halberd and
You should kill
try
that thing.
to take a head off the beast. And let's see. And I'm +1 because of the age, you said?
Yes.
All right. Let's just pray that I nail this thing. Melee attack with the halberd. I rolled a 1.
Seems bad.
I
Uh.
heard the shattering glass and the sad trombones before even did I see the number. So
Womp, womp, womp.
I stood forth and valiantly plummeted my axe into the earth in front of me, and then spent the rest of my round pulling it loose. All right. This is where it eats me, people.
Well, the first, there are 3 Hydra heads left. The first one snaps. So, there are Well, let me ask you a question, Gal. Do you like where your placement is for those mirror images, or did you want them closer? Because it becomes a question of whether or not it hits Lagamundo or one of your two mirror images that are close.
Yeah, I mean, if whatever would be, because normally I like them in a cluster because I just think it's funny.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever would work that would get it on me versus, potentially the other party members.
All right, so Lagamundo, you're on your own.
That's fair.
The first one is definitely going to hit.
Okay. Ouch.
The second one, because of the three that are dead, I just remembered that these things drop. Is AC 15?
AC 15 is what it needed.
That's two.
Have a special, Dale?
Oh, yeah. Well, do I want to use a special to avoid a regular? How much damage did the first one do to me before you just decide that they're all doing 4d6 damage?
Let me see each individual bite.
Because I'm trying to figure out if I should use a special. Oh,
Oh.
why not? I'll use a special to make that one miss.
Okay. The first one hit you for 5.
Okay.
All right. Second, that one missed. All right, you're good. Next round.
All right. Let's roll better.
Ah,
Ooh. 10. 9. 8.
I'm an 8.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was on 9.
9. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm going after having pulled it out and gotten bitten in the shoulder for my trouble. I'm going to backswing and try to take off the head that bit me.
Go for it.
19.
That's
Much better.
That's gonna hit.
There we go.
Good roll.
And the damage dealt is reasonable. 10 points of damage.
That is enough to take off another head.
Yes.
All right.
All right. Finally. Who was out? Oh, who was next? That was saying.
I have 8.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm gonna swim. Do I swim at the same speed I move, or is that half?
Give me a strength check.
Okay. Oh, that's a 20.
Yeah, you're able to power through and get to shore really quickly.
Okay, so I'm gonna just go straight to the west behind it. I should still be invisible because I haven't
Yeah.
attacked
You
or
haven't
done anything.
made a
so,
you haven't made an offensive action. Yep.
so I'm gonna clamber ashore and make my way northward to my bastard sword. I don't guess I have much movement left, so probably next round I'll get there. But
Yeah, I'll let you get to
actually,
there.
I'll tell you what. Do I still have an action?
You do.
I will throw my
Well, actually,
dagger.
no. I'm sorry because I had you swim
Okay.
like really fast to get there.
Yeah, that's okay because I don't want to make myself.
I'll have you allow you to clamber onto the rock though.
Okay. So
That's
naked
important.
invisible me is on the rock, and I am thankful to be invisible at the moment. And why are there all these gnomes?
Just lucky, I guess.
More gnomes.
Oh my goodness.
Better life. Hashtag better life.
Yeah. All right, so um, you hear more words come. More words of power coming from Tyrella, and
We like that.
a large spear appears, a mystical looking spear appears above the creature and stabs at one of its heads.
Spiritual spear.
Unfortunately, it misses. It's a good thing it wasn't her because that would have been a critical miss.
Oof.
But there are no crit misses for magical spears. All right, that was on 8, 7, 6. And by the way, thank you for the follows, everyone. We're in the middle of combat, so I haven't been able to keep up with those, but I really appreciate all the follows. Welcome. 5, 4. All right, on 4, the Hydra attacks.
This is fun.
Still got 2 heads at the moment.
Everything is fun.
AC 17.
On me?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a hit.
And I'm gonna use a regular hero point on this one. Oh, that was a waste because I got the same exact die roll.
17.
Yep.
Okay. So 2 hits on me. 2 hits, 2 bites. How much is going to be pain?
That is 12 points of damage.
Oof.
That
Okay.
is pain. That is real
All right.
pain.
I'm pretty hurt, but not down and out. That's 3 wounds for 30 points of damage, or for 17 points of damage. Okay. But 5 of those were free hit points, so
Yeah.
You got that aid spell, right?
yeah.
That didn't
I went
hurt.
from 24 of 25 up to 30 of 25, and now I'm down to 13 of 25. There's no freebies left.
All right. Actually, Sal and Gellig, because the creature's made its attack, and so is Tyrell. So, Sal and Gellig, have you got? Neither of you have gone yet, right?
Right.
I'm
Gellig, what do you want?
I'm going 3 as well.
Oh, and Thorn, did you go this round yet?
Yeah, I swam to shore.
Okay. All right. Sal, go ahead.
So Sal's gonna use the same rod, but he's gonna use the lightning stroke portion, which is just the 5 foot, 20 foot, 5 foot wide lightning bolt, 20 foot range without the thunderclap. Dex save on a half. This thing's overpowered, Rob.
I'm gonna yell, "Quit electrocuting me! I'm in the damn water!"
Sal, I think you're gonna want to move before you use it.
Why?
Because right now, Gellig and Lagamundo may or may not be directly in your path.
Oh, I didn't see that. Yeah. So can I move south, kind of out of the fray, so that I got a direct line of sight?
You could move.
You can move
You could
east,
move
actually.
east.
Yeah, move
Yeah.
east. So I'm direct. Yeah, out of direct. Yeah, I don't want to blast directly through them.
Oh my goodness! All right,
Are you ringing it
Jeez.
again?
was there a save for this?
There's deck save. This is all electricity. No
All right,
sound.
it does make it save.
Right. So 7, 10, 12, 19, 20, 21. Uh, 31.
Ooh.
Ooh,
Some serious
31.
electricity.
But you made the so that's half.
all right. It's got 1 head left at the moment.
Okay.
Gellig.
Well, with that last head, I'm going to create a head of fog around it. So
Knew that was coming.
helps out Lagamundo.
All right. All right. Next round.
Come on. Big numbers, no whammies.
I think you're in good shape because I just rolled terrible for its initiative.
I didn't.
10, 9, 8,
On 8.
Thorn, you also on an 8?
Yes.
You
Go
want to
ahead,
let?
Thorn.
Yeah, kid, the poor guy's been.
Yeah, I'm gonna run over and grab my bastard sword and arm myself.
I'll let you attack. You're close. You're close enough.
Yes.
Okay.
Naked invisible ranger swings his
Yeah, so I'm
bastard
gonna
sword with 2 hands.
take a big two-handed swing with my bastard sword. That is
As he
a
swings, he
15
becomes
on the
visible and he's got
die.
no pants on.
That's okay.
That's awesome.
20. Dirty 20.
You hit.
Oh, that
Dirty
was
All
real
something.
dirty.
right. 7 plus 3 is 10 damage of the slashing variety.
The bastard sword cleaves right straight through the head of basically the neck, just behind the head of the
See, Mr.
Hydra. The Hydra's head falls. The thing starts to sway backwards into the water and just falls to the bottom of the pool. It doesn't go very far, honestly, because the water is just not deep. But it basically lost its grip on the building. There's the pool is now thick with the blood and ichor of the dead Hydra, and Thorn's suddenly standing there in a wet loincloth, just looking at you.
What's up with the gnomes?
Hey, and I want 4 voices and 8
Yeah,
hands. Yo,
freaking me out. The gem is in the case. So if that's what we were trying to accomplish, mission accomplished.
Now that the creature is slain, I'm gonna sit down and apply some bandages to my 3 wounds.
Okay. As you're applying bandages, Sal and Gellig, give me an intelligence check.
intelligence.
This is where you guys notice the manticore flying above us.
22. 22.
14. It's a prime.
All right. Both of you, even before you see you just have this feeling of powerful magics having taken place, and into the clearing walks an elderly man leaning heavily on a staff, wearing a robe just covered in stars.
Circle of 8 guy, right?
Well,
Ah. Welcome, Starcoat.
thank you. You've you've cleaned up the mess, I see. Very, very kind. I thought this would be the end. It may yet be, but I think we can hold it off for another day. Very, very, very kind. If you all be so good as to take a few steps back, I think it is time to put an end to this mess, so that no one else gets any more curious.
I'm gonna gather up my pack and my armor and my clothing and before stepping back.
And with
Happily
that,
step back.
I say, there wasn't any treasure in there, was there? Okay.
Didn't see any.
I'll limp back as I'm still putting bandages on these ginormous bite wounds.
he turns to you and gives you that one of those looks that just like, you did not ask a wizard that. And he starts chanting. The entire pool starts to glow, bubble, and then it swirls with that same turquoise color that the gem had. And it swirls faster and faster, and there's a bright glow to it that gets almost impossible to look at. The magic's being released right now, Gellick and Sal. I mean, the rest of you, even those who are not magic sensitive, you can feel them. Sal and Gellick, these are the kind of powers that take nearly a lifetime to master. And when the light subsides, you see that the entire pool is one solid mass of what appears to be glass of some sort. It's just completely solidified, and he says, I will have somebody come to bury this and plant something over it, and maybe we can make it less worthless, but I, he coughs. But this will trouble this area no more. The weird's last gasp is gone. The taint of her evil is no longer present.
So we did good.
Wow.
You did very well. Very well. Yes, indeed.
What, if I may ask, what did you do just now? That was
I could.
total moron asking a wizard of his. What'd you just do, man?
Let's just say I cleaned up after myself. It's a little late in the doing, but I didn't realize there was a problem still to be had.
Well,
Now I must rest. And he says a few more words, and Sal and Yelk, you both recognize the dimension door when you see it. Goodbye, friends, and do take care of yourselves. He steps through it and is suddenly gone.
wow.
And with that, we have reached the end of our session.
Cool.
Yeah.
So,
Right on.
And as he leaves, I'm like, there's probably all sorts of treasure down there. Oh man.
By the way, I am going to for Sal and Gellig, I am going to grant you a little bit of a boon. You'll get a letter addressed to you a few days after you return, telling you that you can pick 4 spells up to 2 levels beyond what you have right now. You won't be able to cast them until you get to that level. You can choose currently castable spells or future castable spells up to 2 levels beyond. Pick 3, and you will that will be part of your treasure.
Cool.
Pick 3 spells or 4 spells?
3.
Yeah, you said 4 and then 3.
Oh, did
Okay.
I say 4? Yes,
Yeah.
make it 4.
Okay.
Good. It wasn't just me that heard that. I was like, didn't he say 4? Okay.
All right. So yeah, let's go introduce our party. For those of you who are new to the stream, 2 members of this party are from the same adventuring group. We have multiple groups playing in this campaign. One of them has had a few more adventures. Oh, they've been adventuring on like 5 different occasions,
Yep.
with or without each other, depending on But we have 2 members of the Righteous Hands. The first one is Lagamundo. Tell us about yourself and what you got going on, if anything.
I am Lagamundo, the Iridian human rogue/monk from the mean streets of Realm Mod. He joined this adventuring company to get away from a life of crime, but he still likes to get some treasure for his efforts. Otherwise, he might go back to the life of crime.
Still kind of
So far, yeah, he's still kind of crimey and he's definitely grimy, but he does lift. He spends a lot of time doing calisthenics and perfecting himself. Although he picked up a nice magical halberd in our last adventure and he's loved that. So taking advantage of the fact that, like in AD&D, CNC monks can use pole arms. So that's me. take it away, Bob.
Yeah, so I'm playing Sal, who is an elf wizard who is from actually streets of Harby. He grew up as a kind of an orphan elf child that was taken in by a wizard's guild and learned his craft, and then has been hooked up with these guys to be able to go out and perform hopefully some goodness with the members of the Righteous Hand, considering he doesn't have much family back where he came from. And so he is blowing smoke off of his rod of thunder and lightning currently right now, and gonna take a quick rest to allow that to recharge for a day or two or a week. But that's Sal.
Thanks, Sal. And as far as members, we have a member of one of our other adventuring parties, the Flashbangs. That would be Gellig.
Hi, I'm Curtis. I play Gelig, the gnome illusionist. I took a special one shot with the crew today, which was outstanding. Our crew is far more of a group of lunatics, so it was nice to get into this crowd, where it's a little bit more level. I'm joking. I love my crew. Um, but Gelig was on a bender, had a couple of nice bottles of wine from his previous adventure with his other group, and fell in today, and it was great. Enjoyed every minute of it. IRL, I play with Lagamundo/Dale's campaign on a C&C every other week. Um, Rob, our DM, I have met at GaryCon and have played in one of his games just this last couple months ago and got in with him on his streams. And I've met Wiley Hobbit, who I track his podcast as well. So it's great. Love the community. It's phenomenal. And anybody who's interested, please check out all the streams and podcasts that are out there.
Yeah, I do want to make sure that I mention I would say the person that really got us all together, I think. Well, if not got us all together, is probably one of the strongest reasons we all do know each other, whether it was directly through Lord Gazumba, head of the Greyhawk Creatives community, Twitch community, Twitch team, I should say. So, and last but certainly not least, and I'm glad we were finally able to get you into a streamed game on campaign, though you did play in one of the campaign sessions at GaryCon.
GaryCon, yep.
But Thorn.
Hey, everybody, I'm Wiley Hobbit. Played Thorn Elmhern, a third-level ranger of the Adri Forest. He's one of the guardians of the forest, and heard about this adventure company forming and looking for members, and came south to the shores of Nyrond, and super stoked to be able to play with these great guys. I know four of these guys. We've met up at GenCon, GaryCon, words. We still got to get Dale over there and Lagamundo and drag him in there. But I had about a 5 year streaming binge, and we've just kind of taken a little hiatus from the Wally Hobbit streaming channel. And I co-host the Greycast podcast, all about Greyhawk. Co-host that with Mateus, and we're coming up on our third anniversary with that. So that's hard to believe that we got almost 2 full seasons in the bag. So very cool. Thanks for having me today, Rob. It was a lot of fun.
Scott, I'm so glad you were able.
Yeah, very cool.
I'm so glad you were able to be here for this.
Likewise, thank you.
So I am Rob Phantom NJ, your friendly neighborhood castle keeper. And it is my pleasure to be able to run these adventures for all of these players. We now have, as far as player characters that have been in the stream games, this is not counting people at cons or characters that have run cons. We are now up to, I think it's 21 characters that have been in streams. And also, I'm also not counting the one person who's no longer with us. So, who decided to leave, but that's another story. So yeah, there are 21 active characters for the stream, which is fantastic. I'm enjoying just creating new teams. The next Embers of Empire session that I currently have planned is Wednesday, June 5th, with a group known as the TAP Squad. They are the Terrifying and Amazing People Squad, self-named. And they also have that same energy as the Flashbangs, where they're just a nutty group of individuals who have known each other for entirely too long and just will bounce off each other. I will be doing some cat herding in in next session, but I'm looking forward to it. I do usually stream on Thursday nights where I will talk about anything from TTRPGs, specific TTRPGs, mechanics, Castles and Crusades, the gaming, gaming in general. It's normally, sometimes it's just an AMA or I might do unboxings, whatever comes to mind. Also, there's, please, if you're interested, join our Discord. We do have I would say an easy to digest Discord. There's chatting that goes on, but it's not going to be constant in your face where you're having to keep up with 1,000 messages. So if you like a chill atmosphere, please do stop by. And we have the drawing. We have, let me see how many people I have for the drawing at the moment.
Pick a winner. Pick a winner.
Yeah, there are.
Get in there if you need it.
There are 4 people currently in the drawing for the $10 gift card. Exclamation point ticket to enter. Please feel free to enter. I'm happy to be able to be sponsored by Trollord Games, makers of Castles and Crusades, the game that you have just been watching. But I am going to close it at 5:48. Which is in another minute. So, and meanwhile, we need to see if there's someone to raid. I know Little Bird is a variety streamer, friend of ours, member of the Flashbangs. She is currently in the middle of a 24-hour stream.
28.
28 hours. 28 hours stream. Right,
she
right.
bumped it on subs or something. She was up to 4 more.
And I knew that, and I forgot it. So
it's insane. She's insane.
Yeah, Little Bird.
I love her, but she is insane.
I don't know where she I honestly don't know where she. I mean, I know her job results in her being up for long periods of time, but she has as much energy in the 25th hour as she does in the 3rd hour, which I just find amazing.
Isn't that ridiculous?
It's incredible.
It is.
All right. So it is now 5:48. We've got 2 more people in. Awesome. 24 balls.
Good luck. And go get some cool TLG swag.
Emerald Collective, I swear I am stealing that one because it's just that's just amazing. that is one of the best lines I've heard in a long time. All right. So we're going to close the giveaway and draw a winner. Wily Hobbit.
Riley.
Hey, congrats, Scott.
I'm a frequent shopper of TLG.
I will
Big fan.
Get you
Rob, you're the one that got me hooked on TLG, man.
Your
fault.
I'm happy to take credit for that. All right. And so let me get that raid going.
My first CNC character I made up was Pignose, the half-orc ranger. So that was for Friday Night Crusade. So Rob apparently did for me as well.
The number of people that I got started from Friday Night Crusades is substantial. It's Littlebird _84. All right.
What's sad is that's probably when she was born, unlike me.
Yeah,
that would be. I was a junior in high school.
I was in 6th grade, depending on when in 84.
84? Yeah, I was in junior high.
I was a sophomore in high school in 1984.
All right. Let's go to the stream ending. Again, I want to thank everybody who stopped in. I want to thank the people, all the subscriptions. Keith, I don't remember if I got to mention you for the resub. I really appreciate it, sir. Patrick Canadian Ancient Gamer, thank you for the sub and the bits. Pat Draws, thank you for the bits. I know there are other people. Emerald Collective, Dave, thank you for both the raid, the bits. I think somebody else in your group also gave bits. If so, I apologize if I missed who it was. But thank you for the follows, the chatting, the puns. The puns were much appreciated early on. I always good for some punny business. And I will see you all on Thursday night, chatting about I know not yet what, but keep an eye out and talk to you soon. Get those raid emotes ready, and rating in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.